A Chill Rain in January by L.R. Wright, published by Macmillan of Canada, Toronto, copyright 1990 by the author, 273 pages. This book is being produced in honor of Carolyn Millman for her contribution to the Talking Book and Braille Library. Narrated by Aileen Seaton. Recorded by volunteers in the studios of the CNIB National Library, Toronto, exclusively for the use of individuals unable to read print due to a visual or physical handicap. This book is protected by copyright and may not be duplicated. From the book cover. Advance praise for L.R. Wright's A Chill Rain in January. From Jonathan Kellerman, author of Silent Partner. A Chill Rain in January is a truly splendid book, compassionate, humorous, erotic, and suspenseful. L.R. Wright understands people and is extraordinarily adept at transporting her insights onto the printed page. Adding riches to riches, she writes with style and grace and is masterful at creating a terrific sense of dread that stayed with me long after I turned the last page. What critics said about The Suspect. From the Boston Globe, one of the best books I have read this year is The Suspect by L.R. Wright. From People. The Suspect, with its solid, admirable characters and careful psychological underpinnings, is every bit as good as the novels of British writers Ruth Rendell and P.D. James. From the San Diego Union. Because the murder mystery has been around so long, it takes a gifted author to fashion a story both fresh in concept and unpredictable in execution. L.R. Wright is just such an author. Do yourself a favor and don't miss this one. And about Sleep While I Sing. From the Boston Globe, this is a very fine book. The writing is graceful, the sense of compassion and melancholy engage the reader. From the Cleveland Plain Dealer, another atmospheric mystery by L.R. Wright, in a smooth, assured style that rings true. And from the Armchair Detective, the reader who first discovered L.R. Wright's talents in The Suspect will find his judgment more than justified with the Edgar-winning author's latest book. There are surprises in store in this suspenseful tale, and the writing will keep you turning the pages. With A Chill Rain in January, Edgar Award-winning author L.R. Wright once again creates a marvelously crafted tale of evil and terror, played out against the deceptively tranquil backdrop of the coastal town of Sechelt. In this, Karl Allberg's third case, the RCMP staff sergeant is called to the scene of a simple accident, only to find himself suddenly involved in the destinies of two very different women. Zoe Strachan's life is arranged exactly as she wants it. She has a comfortable house built to her own specifications on BC's Sunshine Coast, secluded, private, far away from the past she has left behind. Beautiful and enigmatic, Zoe has no friends and seemingly no family, until her brother shows up one day to tell her that he's found her childhood diaries, and that unless she pays him what he needs to keep quiet, he will reveal the secret she thought was buried forever. Ramona Orlitsky's life used to be arranged as she wanted it. She lived alone in her tidy cottage, went out for walks, kept up with the neighbors' gossip, and enjoyed her little nip of gin at the end of the day. But now she's been confined to the village nursing home, and she doesn't like it a bit. So she escapes and goes into hiding, living first in her own house with the shutters drawn, then fearing discovery in an old cabin on Zoe's property. It is a fateful decision. Against his will, Karl Allberg finds himself being drawn deeper and deeper into these women's lives, to the detriment of his on-again, off-again relationship with the alluring librarian Cassandra Mitchell. And then suddenly he realizes the danger that lies ahead, a danger he must do everything to avert before it's too late. L.R. Wright's first Karl Allberg novel, The Suspect, won the Edgar Allan Poe Award for Best Mystery Novel, and was hailed by critics as equal to the best fiction by P.D. James and Ruth Rendell. And its sequel, Sleep While I Sing, confirmed that reputation. A Chill Rain in January has all the rich characterization, the sure sense of place, and the swiftly paced storytelling of its predecessors, and is sure to win its author a host of ever more admiring and enthralled readers. L.R. Wright is the author of 5 previous novels, including the Edgar Award winner for 1986, The Suspect. She lives in British Columbia. Also by L.R. Wright: Neighbors, The Favorite, Among Friends, The Suspect, Sleep While I Sing, Love in the Temperate Zone. Dedication. This book is for Mary Eldridge and for Marty Wright. Acknowledgements. The author wishes to acknowledge the advice and information provided by Staff Sergeant Don Rowett, Royal Canadian Mounted Police, and by Elaine Furby. Any inaccuracies are her own. This book owes much to the discernment, the patience, and the generosity of John Wright. Author's note. There is a Sunshine Coast, and its towns and villages are called by the names used in this book, but all the rest is fiction. The events and the characters are products of the author's imagination, and geographical and other liberties have been taken in the depiction of the town of Seashelt. Chapter 1. Zoe's world was a dangerous place. It made her very angry sometimes to think about how dangerous a place it was. Sometimes she got so mad she didn't care what happened, and then she did things she wasn't ever supposed to do. But she wasn't mad now. She was humming to herself, warm in her bed, snuggled into the mattress with the covers pulled up high upon her shoulders. She liked to feel like a turtle when she was in bed. She lay on her side, facing the window. The blind was pulled down, so the world couldn't peer in at her while she slept. Zoe lay in her bed, waiting to decide to go to sleep. Lay on her side, knees up, hands tucked into her chest, right where she'd have breasts some day. She tried to imagine it, how it would feel to have her hands right there in the same place, but between 2 big breasts. Yuck, she said to herself. But maybe she wouldn't have big ones. Her new radio sat on the bookcase. It was a birthday present from her parents. Now she could listen to The Green Hornet and Mr. Keene and The Shadow and Inner Sanctum, even though they came on past her bedtime. From Benjamin she'd gotten a book, and that irritated her because Benjamin knew that Zoe didn't like to read. It was like having somebody talk right into her ear or stare into her head. As soon as she opened a book, she could hear the breathing of the person who wrote it. Zoe moved her hands down there between her thighs where it was nice and warm. She let her eyes close, and there was a little gentle dropping down feeling in the middle of her, and her mind started to fly away. Her mind flew away to make a dream for her. Any minute now it would rush back and fill up her closed eyes with a dream. She waited, listening to her lungs breathe, waited for a dream. Away, far away, she heard tiny sounds, dream music coming, maybe. And there was a shift in the thickness of the air, a brushing against her cheek, a pressure there, light, then heavier. She tried to open her eyes in the dream and couldn't, and then they were open, but she couldn't see anything. She moved her head, and it felt sluggish and black where she was, like when she'd fallen into Cultus Lake, and there wasn't any bottom. She'd thrashed around and fought the water until it tossed her back into the air, and she yelled, "Help!" feeling really stupid, but nobody paid any attention, and the water sucked her down again. She beat against it with fists and feet, but it moved out of reach and then back again, and finally it tossed her away again, and she yelled, "Help!" again, and a man grabbed her under the arms and lifted her onto the jetty that stuck out into the lake. She scrambled to her feet and ran down the jetty and across the sand to where Benjamin and her parents were sitting under a tree with the picnic. She told them what had happened, but she saw in their faces that they didn't believe her. Now she moved around restlessly in the blackness of her dream, except for her head. She couldn't move her head. Her breaths sounded different, faster, and something in her chest hurt and was making her not get enough air. She opened her mouth to get more, but her mouth felt squashed. Something was leaning against it, so she couldn't open it properly. She tried to touch her face with her hands, but she only could get the pillow in her fingers. Her heart was beating so fast it seemed to be moving around in her chest. She heard herself making noises and tried to make them louder so somebody would hear her. She lashed out with all of her body and felt her fists hit something soft that went flying, and suddenly the thing leaning on her face was gone. Zoe shoved herself onto her hands and knees and gulped and gasped until there was enough air in her lungs. Her pillow lay on the floor beside the bed. Could the pillow have done that to her? Nearly smothered her to death? She looked over her shoulder at the door to the hall. It was closed, but it seemed to Zoe that the door was shuddering a little bit, as if somebody had opened it and gone through into the hall and closed it again. Maybe somebody was after her. She sat in bed with the covers pulled up over her shoulders. Her heart was still beating really fast, but not as fast as before, so she knew it would be all right. Her chest didn't hurt any more. She sat staring at the door for a long time. She wondered who could have tried to do that to her. Most likely it was Benjamin, she thought. But maybe it was her mother, or even her father. It could have been anybody, she thought, getting very, very mad about it. She'd have to figure out a way to lock her door, so as to keep herself safe. Chapter 2. Winter isn't really winter on the Sunshine Coast. It is not unusual to have no snow at all, and some years there's hardly any frost. There is a lot of rain, though, and there are days of fog, too, thick and cool and wet, when the clouds descend and spread across the earth, touching the earth's face with cool, wet fingers. Karl Allberg is not greatly affected by weather, but he does notice the fog when it drifts and swirls in front of his white Oldsmobile. He doesn't like it much. He slows down, grits his teeth, and waits for it to disperse. There are days when it doesn't disperse. Then he finds himself breathing more shallowly when he's outdoors, as though afraid he will breathe in the fog and discover too late that it has substance like cotton wool. But usually the fog does lift around noon. It lifts and soars up and vanishes in a bright, brilliant sparkle of sun. More often than fog, there is rain. Sometimes it falls steadily, heavily. Sometimes there is an apparently perpetual drizzle. In Vancouver, an hour and a half away by road and ferry, it is difficult to find a color other than gray when the winter rain is falling. But on the Sunshine Coast, things are different. In the woods behind Cassandra Mitchell's house, there are cedar and pine trees, gray-green, sleek with raindrops. Ferns continue to grow there throughout the winter, and the salal rustles. In her backyard, the branches of the holly trees are heavy with clusters of red berries, and a winter jasmine blooms yellow. Cassandra Mitchell sees the golden manes of the willow trees and watches for the sweep of sap that reddens the pliant skeletons of blueberry bushes. She likes the gray of sea and sky. On the stillest of days there is a tremor of silver upon the sea, and the skies are constantly changing, moving, sweeping away gray to offer a clean, smooth patch of cream, like a canvas stretched and ready. Pools of adolescent blue, light and clear and shallow, pale shades of violet, bruisey ochre. Ramona Orlitsky doesn't mind the fog or the rain either, but she often has trouble keeping herself warm in winter-time. In her little house she used to sit in front of a heater, knitting vigorously, admiring the big waves thrown toward her garden by the sea. Now keeping her warm is somebody else's responsibility, and she can't see the ocean any more from where she lives. Zoe Strachan is wary of fog, and avoids it. She tolerates the rain. She doesn't notice holly or willow trees or jasmine. She sometimes sits on the rocky beach behind her house and listens to the sea and watches it. Zoe Strachan sees that in winter the light is different, the air is less dense. She understands that it is winter's task each year to nurture death and establish tranquility. Chapter 3. One morning in late January, a gloomy, drizzly day, lightless and sullen, Zoe Strachan opened her door and stared into the face of her brother. "Good God," she said, appalled. He laughed, but she could see that he was nervous. When her doorbell rang, she had, as usual, thought first about her car. Was it parked in the driveway or hidden away in the garage? When it was in the garage, she often didn't bother answering the door, but today she'd left it out. It would be a salesman, she had thought, going reluctantly to the door, probably real estate. Those people were always trying to get her to sell off part of her property. Or else some child peddling raffle tickets or dried-out cookies or grizzled chocolate bars. "I don't gamble," she always said to them, or "I don't eat sweets." Or if it was some adult person collecting for a charity, Zoe would say very firmly, "I don't give any of my money away to anyone." But it was her brother standing there. "I haven't heard from you in years," said Zoe. "I know." Benjamin was tall and gaunt and somewhat stooped, and his hair was almost completely gray, even though he was only 52, 4 years older than she. "Where's your wife?" she said, looking behind him. "Well, she died, I'm afraid." He wore a dark blue suit that didn't look quite right on him. "Died? When? Of what?" "Cancer, 5 years ago." "That's too bad," said Zoe formally. "Yes," said Benjamin vaguely, looking past her into the house. "I miss her." She ushered him in and closed the door. They stood in the small foyer for a moment, and Zoe studied her brother critically. "What are you doing here? And please don't tell me you're after money again." Benjamin appeared to wince. "Zoe," he began. She shook her head, amazed. "The answer is no, of course," he sighed. "At least give me lunch or something before you send me on my way." As he stepped through the doorway and past her, she thought she smelled alcohol. Zoe led the way into the living room. "It's too early for lunch. I'll make some coffee." She told him to sit down and went into the kitchen. While the coffee brewed, she rested her hands on the countertop and drummed her fingers, first the right hand, then the left, until she had done each hand 5 times. He'd had plenty of money of his own once. She didn't have the faintest idea what he'd done with it. There wasn't a frugal bone in his body, she thought, watching the water drip through the coffee into the carafe. "Can I have an ashtray?" he said, coming into the kitchen. "I don't smoke, Benjamin." Zoe put a mug and cream and sugar on a tray. "I don't have any ashtrays." He reached round her and got a dessert bowl from the cupboard. She watched with distaste as he flicked ashes into it, and onto the sleeve of his suit jacket as well. As he brushed at his sleeve, she realized what was wrong with the suit. It was several sizes too large for him. She looked at him keenly, saw his pallor, and wondered if his wife could have passed her cancer on to him before she died. "How about a little brandy," said Benjamin, "to go with the coffee?" "No." Zoe poured coffee into the mug and carried the tray into the living room. "You've got about 15 minutes, she said, handing him the coffee, "until you have to leave to catch the next ferry." Benjamin sat in the black leather chair that was Zoe's favorite. "You're looking very well, Zoe," he said. "Drink your coffee. Every time I see you, it surprises me how well you look." He put the mug on a side table and leaned forward, arms resting on his thighs, letting his hands dangle. He had always had very unattractive hands, thought Zoe with repugnance. They had had an odd smell to them, too, when he was a boy. Sweat, probably. He had sweated a lot when he was a boy. "I take care of myself," she said. "That's why I look well." "Yes, that's right. I know." "Drink your coffee," Zoe said again. Benjamin gazed around the living room. "It's a funny kind of place you live in." Zoe watched him, smiling a little, but wary. He'd always been secretive. So was she, of course. But Benjamin was also unpredictable, because he had absolutely no self-discipline. "You like it here, don't you? In this funny little house, huddled against the rocks in this funny little town?" "If I didn't like it, Benjamin," she said, "I wouldn't be here." "It must be nice to know exactly what you want," said Benjamin. His face, she noticed, was barren. She had been expecting grievousness or guile, but there was nothing there at all. She began to relax. Perhaps she wouldn't have to battle with him. Perhaps one more resolute no would do it. "And to be able to afford to get it," he went on. "That must be nice. And, of course, to keep it. That's nicer still." "It is, yes," said Zoe. She began thinking about what she might like to have for lunch. Benjamin sat back and picked up his coffee mug. He folded one leg over the other. "It's very serious business that's brought me here, Zoe," he said. She waited. "Aren't you even curious?" said Benjamin. And he sighed and shook his head when she didn't respond. "I forget, you know, how eccentric you are." She turned her head slightly, so that she was facing him dead on, and looked straight into his eyes. He faltered then. "I'm afraid you have to leave now, Benjamin." He looked at her again, so bleak and defiant that she felt a trickle of apprehension. "Right now," she said, "or you won't catch the next ferry." Benjamin looked out the big window at the stone-floored patio. "Oh, my dear," he said dully, "I can't catch the next ferry. We have far too much to talk about." "We have nothing to talk about," said Zoe. Suddenly she thought of her father. This happened sometimes. A strange, ephemeral compassion for one of her parents flickered through her brain, alien and superfluous. "Shoes and chips and sealing wax," Benjamin intoned. He put his head back and closed his eyes. "Death," he said, "and diaries. That's what we've got to talk about." He opened his eyes and looked at her. "And yes, Zoe, you're right. Money, of course." Chapter 4. Zoe knew very early in her life that she was different. This confused her only briefly. Then all sorts of things became clear. She also learned early that she had to tread carefully so as not to appear to be different, if she wanted to live her life with a minimum of fuss. She thought it unlikely that she could be the only person in the entire world who was different, but she was the only person she knew who was. Eventually, Zoe created an outside person. Otherwise, she would have been in trouble all the time. She made up rules for this person, and then she felt a lot safer. When she got into trouble, she knew it was because she'd broken one of the rules. Before the creation of her outside person, it seemed to Zoe that she couldn't say or do very much at all without getting somebody annoyed. Or worse, it made her tired and worried in the early part of her life to realize that everybody else lived in a different way than she did. She decided she had to understand this difference somehow. She learned to do it by writing things down. The first time was for school. In grade 3, her class was told to write about what they'd done during their holidays. Zoe put it off, not wanting to do it, not even knowing how to do it. But every day her teacher hadn't forgotten about it. Every day she asked Zoe for her holiday story. Finally, in exasperation, Zoe asked her mother to help her. They sat down together after dinner. Zoe had some paper and a pencil. Her mother said, "Tell me something you did in your holidays that you really enjoyed a lot." Zoe thought about that. She'd enjoyed sneaking into the basement of the Nelsons' house next door and poking around in an old trunk she'd found there. After a minute, she shrugged her shoulders. "What about when we went on the train to Banff?" said her mother. "I liked it in the pool," said Zoe, remembering, "because the water was hot, but the air was cool." "You could write about that, then." "That isn't much to say," said Zoe doubtfully. "I don't think Miss Warren wants you to say a whole lot, maybe enough to fill up a page. You could write about the train ride and then about the hot springs." "What would I say about the train ride?" "What do you remember about it?" Zoe imagined herself putting her thoughts through a sieve. "I remember looking out the window at night," she said. "Sometimes I couldn't see any lights anywhere. I thought all the bulbs in the world had got burned out at the same time." She glanced at her mother and saw that she was smiling. "There, you see," said Zoe's mother, "you have lots of things to write about." Zoe wrote those things, and Miss Warren said what she had written was very good. Zoe thought hard about this for a long time. She decided that it was okay if she showed other people little tiny bits of what she thought and felt about things, but that it was really important to pick the right bits. She started writing down things for herself, first just on loose pieces of paper, trying things out. For example, was it all right to say the things she thought about Benjamin? She wondered on the paper. Then she said them to her mother. Her mother became very upset and scolded her in a piercing voice and rushed from the room. Zoe then said the same things to her father. For a minute his face looked as if it was caving in. Then he leaned forward until his arms were resting on his knees and he was staring at the rug. "It's perfectly normal," he said, "to get angry with your brother. He gets angry with you sometimes, too." He said a lot of other stuff, too, but Zoe wasn't listening any more. There were many things that people didn't like to hear. When you said them, they might pretend you didn't mean them, or they might try to persuade you not to mean them any more, or they might just get mad. Either it was very boring, or if you got them mad, you could get yelled at or slapped. Eventually, Zoe used her allowance to buy herself a scribbler, a notebook, where she could say things other people wouldn't want to hear. And gradually, with the help of the scribbler, she got things sorted out. When she was little and had seen something she wanted very badly, she had always just taken it, even when it belonged to somebody else. But this led to uproar and punishment. So she made a rule about it. Don't steal anything unless you can be sure nobody's going to find out who did it. When people asked her questions, she was in the habit of saying whatever came into her head. A lot of times these were made-up things. This got her into trouble, too. So she wrote in the exercise book, "Don't say anything about anything unless you have to, and then try to say just a little bit and make at least some of it true." When something made her angry, she struck out at it, whether it was a person or a thing, because this used up the anger. She disliked being angry. It was a hot, tight feeling which was very uncomfortable. But hitting, it seemed, was even worse than stealing, especially when she broke things. So one of her rules said, "When you get angry, go away where nobody can see you and hit things that won't break. And if your angriness still won't go away, figure out a way to get back at the person you're angry with so that nobody knows you did anything to her. Or him. She made up an outside Zoe who was able to live by these rules. This was Zoe number 2. Zoe number 1 lived safe inside her head and came out only when she was alone and spoke aloud only in the scribblers. Chapter 5. "There's a car parked out by the Strawn woman's place," said Sandy McAllister, tossing the day's mail on the counter. He was a small, wiry man of about 40, who wore the postal worker's summer uniform of shorts and knee socks all year round. Today he had also donned the winter cape, hooded and waterproof. "So what?" said Isabella Harbord from her desk. "Took her some mail today." He leaned over the counter to watch Isabella type. "That's your job, isn't it?" "You're sure fast on that thing," he said admiringly, scratching the back of his calf with the front of his other foot. "She's one of the few people in town. Most days they don't get any. Makes you wonder. You ought to mind your own business, Mr. Sandy McAllister. That's what you ought to do." She whipped the paper from her typewriter and scrutinized it critically. "Nice car it is, too. Not many people visit that one, I'll tell you," said Sandy, hoisting the mail-bag farther onto his shoulder. "You stop your gossip and get on about your business," said Isabella. She slapped the letter on top of a pile of completed correspondence and cranked another sheet of paper into the typewriter. Sandy shrugged, hurt. "I'm just trying to make conversation. You got time for a coffee?" Isabella shot him a disapproving look. "Of course I don't. What would my hubby think if I were to go off for a coffee with the likes of you?" "Hoo, hoo, hoo, he'd be plenty worried, all right." He gave her a wink and headed for the door. A small, furtive-looking woman darted into the reception area from the hall. She shook her head vigorously at Isabella and rushed outside, one step ahead of the mailman. Isabella looked after her and sighed. She glanced doubtfully over the counter at the woman who sat in the waiting area. "You're next," she said, getting to her feet. Staff Sergeant Karl Allberg of the Seashelt Detachment, Royal Canadian Mounted Police, studied a list that lay upon the desk in front of him. He picked up a pencil and laboriously stroked through the first name that appeared on it. "Come," he said, when Isabella knocked on the door. She ushered the candidate in without looking at Allberg and left quickly. Allberg stared at the woman who had planted herself firmly in the middle of his office. She stood 5 feet 1 inch tall, weighed over 200 pounds, and had very little hair. "So," he said finally, glancing down at his list, "Mrs. Stratadakis, is it?" "It's a good Greek name." "Greek, yes, that's what I thought it was. Tell me about yourself, Mrs. Stratadakis." "I brought up 8 kids, looked after all their wants, and my man's, too." Her small black eyes darted uneasily around the office. "I've never been in a police station before in my life. I'm a decent woman." "Do you do any cooking or just cleaning?" "I do it for none now, but my man and me. And I would do no cooking. No, sir." Allberg noticed that the small amount of hair she possessed clung to her scalp in sparse outcroppings that looked rather like feathers. "And I would charge you considerable," she said darkly, "for coming in here every day to this police station." "It's not my office I want clean," said Allberg. "It's my house in Gibson's." Gibson's Landing is a town about 20 miles south of Seashelt. She gazed at him curiously. "You got no wife, huh?" She was perspiring a lot. "I'm divorced," said Allberg. Her face clouded instantly with suspicion. "Oh, well," said Allberg to himself. He stood up. "I don't need to keep you any longer, Mrs. Stratadakis. Thank you for coming. Isabella will be in touch with you." He closed the door after her, counted to 30, opened it, and thundered, "Isabella!" When she appeared, he said, "What the hell happened to that woman's head?" "I hadn't met her myself," said Isabella. "She'd be a good hard worker, I'm told." "She doesn't like police officers," he said sullenly. "She doesn't approve of divorced men. My hubby gave me her name. He treated her son." Isabella's husband was a chiropractor. "Promise me, Isabella, that you won't usher in another single damn candidate unless you've seen her first with your own beautiful golden eyes." He crumpled the list and tossed it in the wastepaper basket. "You can trust me," she said. Then, solemnly, she handed him a telephone message. She thrust some wayward strands of long auburn hair into the makeshift bun at the back of her head. "I heard she was back," she said, nodding, and eased herself out of the office. Allberg picked up the phone and dialed the library. "You're back," he said, when Cassandra Mitchell answered. "Jesus! Finally!" "How are you, Karl?" "A whole lot better than I was a couple of minutes ago. How was England?" "Great, terrific, but I'm glad to be home. It feels like I've been gone for years." "You have? Years?" Actually, she'd been away only 4 months, but it had felt like years to Allberg. "When am I going to see you?" She sounded incredibly sexy over the phone. "How about tonight?" "I have to see my mother tonight, but I wondered, do you want to have lunch?" His office door opened, and Isabella stood there, white-faced, wringing her hands. "Yeah, lunch. That's great." "Karl," said Isabella. She never called him Karl. "I have to go, Cassandra. I'll see you at noon," said Allberg, and hung up. "What is it?" He went to her quickly, thinking about car crashes and Isabella's 17-year-old son. But it wasn't Isabella's son. It was Ramona Orlitsky. Chapter 6. There was no facility in Seychelles designed to look after elderly people incapable of caring for themselves, so they were housed on the top floor of the hospital, and that's where Ramona Orlitsky ended up. Ramona was in her mid-70s, tall and thin, with scrimpy hair and quick hands. Her husband, whose name was Anton, had died in 1980, and for several years after that Ramona lived happily by herself in a cottage next to the sea. The cottage was too cold in the worst days of winter, but there weren't many of those, and she had a good, reliable heater. Ramona read voraciously. She particularly liked books with a lot of robust, juicy sex in them, and would ask Cassandra Mitchell, the librarian, to keep her eye peeled for the kind of thing Ramona would enjoy. She was fond of saying, when her health was inquired after, that at her age she could expect anything but pregnancy, and then she'd laugh, squeezing up her face and wheezing, producing no actual laughter, just a lot of wheezing, and people watched, smiling but tense, and were relieved when Ramona recovered, wiped her eyes, and winked. She wore many layers of clothing all the time, all year long, and in this she resembled her friend Isabella Harbud. Ramona's husband, Anton, had been a perfectly nice man, the town was agreed upon that, but he was painfully shy, and when he and Ramona moved to Seychelles upon their retirement, he burrowed himself a refuge and with exquisite stubbornness refused to leave it, except when absolutely necessary. Ramona had expected that retirement would bring him out of his shell, but that was clearly not to be. He never wanted to go bowling or to a movie, or even to the restaurant on the corner for a bite to eat. Anton said he didn't begrudge Ramona her going out and about, but she knew that deep in his heart his feelings were hurt. He had been hoping that in retirement Ramona would become more of a homebody, just as she had been hoping that he would want to go out more. So Ramona began keeping herself at home. She loved Anton, no doubt about that. After all, she'd lived with him day in and day out for 50 years. What's that if not love, she'd say with a shrug. but she began to get pretty tired of staying in. "I'm chafing at the bit is what I am," she confided to Isabella. And then one day Anton got sick, and zap, just like that, the poor man was gone. And Ramona discovered that she had more friends than she'd realized. It was this discovery, rather than grief, that moved her to tears. They rallied round, her friends and neighbors, bringing food, as people always do when there's been a death, inviting her to stay with them until she was over it, taking her off to church and such like. For the next several years Ramona lived what she herself called a blissful life. She tended her garden, went for walks, spent time with her friends, did household chores, laundry, watering the plants, making the grocery list, paying her bills, that sort of thing. Every week she wrote notes to her children, and every 2 or 3 months she prepared her contribution to the family letter that circulated among her 5 brothers, 2 sisters, and herself. She joined the old age pensioners and went to bowling and dances and sing-songs, and on the twice-yearly bus trips to Reno. She started to have her hair done, short and curly, a perm 4 times a year, regular as clockwork. She discovered a fondness for gin. She worked a little bit at the library for Cassandra as a volunteer, and threw the fear of God into careless people who thought only of themselves and never could be bothered returning books on time. She had lunch every Wednesday with Isabella and went out clamming from time to time with her friend Rosie, who lived 4 doors down. Every year in the summertime one of her children came to visit. Horace and his wife Ella from Cache Creek, or Martha and her husband Jerome, who lived in Regina, and the grandchildren, 2 each. Ramona wasn't all that fond of the grandchildren. Anyway, she was a fixture in the town, and her many friends and acquaintances were genuinely distressed when it turned out that there was something wrong with Ramona's innards. She had an operation, and lots of people visited her in the hospital, bringing flowers and fruit, and knowing that she liked a nip or 2 of an evening, they smuggled in little bottles of gin, too, the kind served on airplanes or offered for sale as stocking stuffers at Christmas time. Eventually Ramona had recovered enough to totter on home. The Meals on Wheels people brought dinner right to her door, and other volunteers from the community took her shopping and did her laundry and gave her floors a sweep. But it turned out that the operation hadn't done the trick, so she had to go back and have another one, and then a 3rd one. And by the time it was all finally over, she had, as she put it to Isabella, about half a mile of synthetic tubing inside me, and a heavy weakness upon me that just won't go away no matter how many vitamins I take. And her mind began to wander. She knew it was wandering, too. She would start to tell Isabella something, maybe something from her family letter, and then she'd stop and say, "Have I already told you this?" She liked to sit in her rocking chair by the window in her tiny living room, where she could see the garden, and beyond it the sea and the Trail Islands, and the shallow bay that curved off to the right, and the promontory at the westernmost stretch of it, where the lights of the Strawn woman's house could be seen. When Ramona sat in darkness looking out upon the night, the Strawn house looked as if it must be a boat at sea, so remote from other lights it seemed. Sometimes Ramona would get up, pushing herself out of the rocking chair and hanging onto the easy chair that sat next to it. That was where Anton had liked to sit, thumbing through the newspaper and looking out from time to time at the ocean and the sky. Often she'd seen him smile contentedly. She had that knowledge to comfort her. The man had died happy. She'd done her duty by him. And then she'd gotten to enjoy life, too. She'd galloped through the next few years with the fervor of a filly, God help her. It was true. And now look where she'd ended up, hauling herself out of her chair and into the kitchen, then looking around, wondering what in the world she was doing there. Strange things happened. One time, for instance, she didn't recognize the wallpaper in the bedroom. "Did I just put that up, then?" she said to herself, and she went close to the wall to have a look-see. But no, the paper was worn and faded here and there, and when she pulled a picture away from the wall and peered in behind it, the paper was much brighter in there, where light hadn't been able to get at it. Then, of course, she couldn't remember why on earth she was inspecting the wallpaper so intently. A big circle. She swept slowly around in a great big circle. Couldn't get out of it. It kept changing, looking different, but it was the same circle. She knew it. In the evening she sat quietly in the rocking chair and looked out the window or watched television and sipped her gin. The television usually made sense to her, and as time passed it became more comforting company than real people. It stayed pretty much the same from day to day, but not entirely completely the same, so that if it looked familiar, that was good, and if sometimes she didn't recognize something, that was all right, too. It didn't necessarily mean she'd forgotten anything. But real people, they often looked at her pityingly now, and she felt the heat of humiliation sweep up her neck and across her face, and she felt exposed and vulnerable, and then she got snappish. When visitors left, she was relieved, but very depressed, too. She knew she'd been rude. She hadn't been able to help it, and she felt terrible about it. Finally, her doctor, who was Alex Gillingham, came to her house and talked to her like a Dutch uncle. "You've got to come and live in the hospital," he told her, straight out. "There's lots to do there," he said. "Maybe you can teach some of the other people there how to knit. You can go out in the garden. You can go to the library when you feel like it. Damn it, Ramona, the place isn't a jail." Well, she told Isabella, he went on and on like that, ranting and raving, and really she didn't have any choice. And maybe, secretly, maybe she was even a little bit relieved, at first. There were some things that scared her, like forgetting to turn off the stove. When she had to write it in the family letter, she started to cry, telling her brothers and sisters what was happening to her. Tears got all over the page, and that brought her up short. She crumpled that piece of paper and started all over again and tried to put a better face on the situation than it deserved. There wasn't any point in worrying them. They were too far away to do anything useful. She wrote her children, too, although she knew they wouldn't be surprised to get the news. They'd been clucking over her for a couple of years now, wanting her to move into the hospital. She'd certainly noticed, she certainly wasn't that far gone, that neither of them had said a single word about whether she might want to go and live with them. But she wouldn't have wanted to go to Cache Creek or Regina anyway. Colder than Siberia it was in both those places, and she didn't know a soul in either one, except her lugubrious children. Horace said he guessed she'd be selling the house now, but Ramona was having none of that. "It could be just a temporary stay," she said firmly. "It could be I'll be back there in a jiffy. Meanwhile, I'm going to rent it out." And she did. For a while after she moved into the hospital, her friends thought Ramona had rallied. Isabella went often to visit her, and so did Rosie, and Cassandra stopped by before she left for England, and they all went away feeling relieved. Ramona seemed brighter, more confident, more like her old self. Several months passed, and then Ramona began complaining to Dr. Gillingham about the treatment she was getting. Nobody was ever available when she wanted to be taken someplace, she said. She hadn't had a perm in 6 months. She looked terrible, and there wasn't anybody to take her to the hairdresser. "What are you talking about? You've got all sorts of friends to take you places," said the doctor. "I've got no right burdening my friends with things like that," said Ramona angrily. "It's one of the nurses ought to take me." He tried to reason with her, but she waved her hands in his face, shooing away his words. "That's what they're here for," she insisted. And she had other complaints as well. Her room looked out over the roof of the adjoining wing. She didn't have a view. It was too cold outside to garden or walk, and besides, those stupid nurses wouldn't let her out without they put her in a damn wheelchair, if you can believe that. "And on top of it all," she concluded bitterly, "they won't let me have my gin here." This, it seemed, was the crux of it. The nurses remained obdurate. Ramona wasn't to have her gin. It's hard to know how much the one thing had to do with the other, but it is true that the nurse who came to summon her for breakfast on that Wednesday morning in January found Ramona's bed empty and Ramona gone. Chapter 7. Benjamin had had the temerity only once before to appear uninvited at Zoe's front door. The other time had been on a summer day more than 7 years earlier. Zoe had just moved into her house. She hadn't gotten to know the place yet. She hadn't arranged the furniture or set up her workroom. She'd even been beset by doubts that she'd made the right decision buying the property, having the house built. On the day that Benjamin came, she was unpacking boxes in the kitchen, scolding herself, telling herself to have the strength of her convictions, reminding herself that if, for whatever reason, it didn't work out, she could always move. Oh, but she did not want to move. Not again. Both sets of French doors were open wide to the patio, and the front door was open too, allowing the summer breezes to sweep through and make the whole house cool. Zoe was wearing shorts and a T-shirt and sneakers. She had driven into Sechelt to the supermarket in the little mall, first thing in the morning, to buy a pail, some Mr. Clean, several rolls of paper towels, a couple of sponges, plain white shelf paper, and 2 inexpensive tea towels, which she tore in half to use as rags. She had cleaned the countertops thoroughly, and the cupboards. They were already pretty clean since the house was brand new, but Zoe wiped them out and then laid the shelf paper. The fridge and stove and dishwasher were all new too and didn't need cleaning, but she cleaned them anyway. Around noon she made herself a cup of tea and heated a can of soup. She sat at the kitchen table to eat lunch, and as she ate she could hear the sound of the sea coming in through the open doors and windows, and it was the only sound there was. Zoe began to feel confident again. She had her own fortress, so to speak, a solid, sturdy house out on a promontory, its face to the sea, its back to the rest of the world. It had precisely the amount of space she required. A bedroom with 2 closets, so she had plenty of room for what she thought of as her costumes, an office in which to do her accounts, a laundry room, and a living room. And in the basement lots of space for a workroom and for the storage of food and supplies. In the workroom she would refinish furniture. This was Zoe's only avocation. Restoring good pieces to their original beauty was, she had discovered, conducive to achieving tranquility. Oh, yes, Zoe thought with satisfaction, she was going to thoroughly enjoy this house, feel thoroughly safe here, in the first brand-new, unsullied house she had ever lived in. She finished the soup and washed out the bowl and put it away. The rest of the soup, in a small saucepan, went into the fridge. She poured the rest of the tea into her mug, washed the pot and put it away, and prepared to open another box. And then, 7 years ago, the doorbell had rung, and she had heard Benjamin call out, "Can I come in?" Bent over a cardboard carton, Zoe became immobile. How had he driven over gravel up to her wide-open front door without her hearing him? She had lost her vigilance, just for a moment, but a moment was too long. She straightened, turned, and walked out of the kitchen and down the hall to the front door. She looked at her brother. "How did you know where I was?" "The lawyer knows," said Benjamin. "I guess you didn't tell him it was supposed to be a secret." "It's not supposed to be a secret, but I don't like uninvited guests. What do you want?" He held out a bottle of wine. "Housewarming present," he said with a smile. "I don't want you in here." Zoe raised her hand and placed it on his chest and pushed gently. "This is my house." Benjamin bent to put the bottle of wine on the floor just inside the door. "Okay," he said, and stood straight again. "Whatever you say." He took a couple of steps backward, away from the house. "But I need to talk to you." She shook her head. "No. No money. You know that, Benjamin. You know I won't give you a cent. Go." "Please, Zoe," said Benjamin quietly, "just listen to me. I want to talk to you about Great North Mines." Zoe looked at him with slightly more interest. "Go around to the back," she said after a minute. "There's a patio there." She shut the door, locked it, and made her way through the house to her bedroom. She closed the French doors there and went into her office, and stepped through another set of French doors onto the patio, closing the doors behind her. Benjamin was looking out over the rocky windbreak at the sea. "You want to talk about the company," said Zoe, leaning against the side of the house. He turned to face her. "Things are beginning to go a little better for me," he said. "I kind of went to pieces when Laura divorced me." Zoe waited. "Lost my job. Went through most of my money," Benjamin continued. "Well, you know all that. But I never sold the Great North stock," he said. "I hung on to that, no matter what." "And now?" said Zoe dryly. "I've gotten married again," said Benjamin. She looked at him more closely. He had more flesh on him than he'd had the last time she saw him. His clothes were clean and pressed, summer slacks, a short-sleeved shirt. His face looked rested. "Has she got any money?" said Zoe. Benjamin smiled a little. "Yes," he said, "as a matter of fact, she has." "Her own or family money?" "Both," said Benjamin. "I was getting to this. I wish you wouldn't be so damn blunt." He sighed. "She inherited, but she's made it grow. She has good instincts." "What's this got to do with Great North?" Zoe's new patio furniture was stacked against the house. Benjamin glanced at it. "Do you mind if I get us a couple of chairs?" "Go ahead," said Zoe. "I've got another job, too," he said, as he set up the chairs. "Good," said Zoe. He sat down and stretched out his legs. "I'd like to be able to give Lorraine something to invest for me," he said. "I told you her instincts are very good. Sit down, why don't you?" Zoe watched him and continued to wait. Benjamin rubbed the back of his neck. Okay. How would you like to lend me some money?" he said finally. Zoe laughed. "I'll give you the Great North shares as collateral." He leaned forward, earnestness slathered all over his face. "And you know what that stock means to me. But I'll be able to pay you back in no time, with interest." "Great North's in a slump," said Zoe. "It's just a matter of time," said Benjamin. "It's going to double in value over the next 10 years. "Then why are you willing to risk losing it?" "It's no risk, I told you. I'll be able to repay you within months. I've seen Lorraine work. She's very shrewd, Zoe. You might want to talk to her yourself." "I do all right on my own," said Zoe. So how about it? Zoe shook her head. Jesus, Zoe. Borrow on it from the bank. I can't, he said sullenly. Don't tell me. You've already used it as collateral. No, I haven't, said Benjamin furiously. He got up and began pacing the patio, his hands thrust into his pockets. You want to borrow from me, said Zoe, because nobody else will lend you anything no matter what collateral you come up with, because you're already in debt up to your eyebrows. Benjamin glared at her. I won't give you a loan, said Zoe, but I'll buy you out. I don't want to do that, said Benjamin. I know you don't, said Zoe, but you will. Chapter 8. Ramona had a theory that people got a lot of second chances. Once, years and years ago, she'd been driving her car at night, when all of a sudden a great truck had roared out of a side street toward her from the left, its lights blaring. Ramona's road just happened to curve away right then, and the truck missed her. But what if I'd been there just a fraction of a second earlier, she thought. And then somehow she knew she'd lived that moment twice. The first time, she had been there a fraction of a second earlier, and been killed as a result, and then had yelled and complained so loudly that God decided he'd made a mistake, and he'd let her live it again, and do it right this time. Usually, though, you didn't know about your second chances, so you didn't know enough to be grateful. That was Ramona's theory, anyway. Tuesday night, when Mrs. Woolston, the night nurse, arrived with her sleeping pill, Ramona looked at it and had that same sense of having lived this moment before. Without even thinking about why, she only pretended to gulp it down. When Mrs. Woolston left the room, Ramona fished the pill out from under her tongue and looked at it expectantly, as if it were now going to explain to her why it hadn't been swallowed. She didn't sleep well, of course. Her body had gotten used to being drugged every night. Along about 5 o'clock Wednesday morning, her bones were aching and her head felt hot and heavy. She threw back the covers and sat on the edge of the bed. And it was then she decided to skedaddle right on out of there. She didn't sit around thinking about it. She just got busy and did it. Slowly, a little bit at a time, she opened the squeaky door of the metal locker that served as a closet. She got out her long-sleeved cotton house dress, a heavy cardigan, her sneakers, and her tweed coat. From bureau drawers she selected a pair of knee-highs, 2 pairs of long socks, and some underwear. Ramona dressed herself, brushed her teeth, and combed her hair. She was hurrying now. She found a brown shopping bag in the locker and loaded into it extra underwear and socks, her toiletries, and several magazines. She kind of wished she'd planned this out in advance, so she could have laid in a stock of paperback books to take along, but she was pretty sure it was the kind of thing best done on impulse. She buttoned up her coat, put on the white woolen gloves that were stuffed in the pocket, and wrapped around her neck the red woolen scarf that was tucked into one of the sleeves. Then she opened the door a crack and peered out into the hall. Everything was very quiet. She couldn't see Mrs. Woolston, who ought to have been sitting at the nurse's station in the middle of the corridor. Ramona picked up the shopping bag and eased herself out into the hall, closing the door softly behind her. Tiptoeing, she made her way toward the nurse's station, and when she got there she saw a mug of coffee steaming, and heard the muffled sound of a toilet flushing behind a door somewhere. She scurried past toward the elevator, but decided when she got there to walk down. She met nobody in the stairwell, which was bright and echoey. When she reached the main floor, she opened the door to the lobby just a crack, and saw at the switchboard a female form huddled over a book. Ramona waited there until the phone buzzed, and the switchboard operator turned slightly away to answer it. Then Ramona gripped her shopping bag hard, slipped into the lobby, and scurried to the front doors, her face all screwed up in anticipation of a yell. "Hey, you! Where do you think you're going?" But there wasn't any yell. And then Ramona was out the door and into God's gray winter rain. She'd had no idea rain could ever feel so good. It wasn't yet light as she made her way down the hill into town. She had a long walk ahead of her. It was about 4 miles, she figured, to the house. 4 miles. That would at least give her plenty of time to try to remember where she'd left the spare key. She was exhausted and already shivering with cold, but her spirits were so light she felt weightless. And her mind, she knew, was sharp as a tack. Chapter 9. Benjamin was part of her earliest memories. He littered her reminiscence. She saw him everywhere, a pale face with a wrinkled forehead, peeking at her from around a corner, over a table, sometimes from behind their mother, whose skirt he was probably clutching. Zoe resented him for being larger than she, and that never changed. He was always larger. He was already 4 when she was born, so he had a big head start, and he never lost it. He stopped paying attention to her when she got old enough to go to school, which was a relief, but in the first part of her life he seemed to have been constantly present, hanging around and staring. The things she did always appeared to surprise him. She hated having him gawk at her all the time. Once when Zoe was about 4 and he 8, their family was visiting an aunt and uncle in Vancouver, and their mother took Zoe and Benjamin to a park across the street. They played on the swings for a while. There was nobody else around. The sun was shining, but it was a cool day. A man had raked fallen leaves into a pile, and after a while he set fire to them, and went a little way away to rake up another bunch of leaves into another pile. Benjamin went over to watch the first pile of leaves burn, and Zoe and their mother followed him. Zoe was wearing a gray coat and a gray hat that tied under her chin, but winter rain boots weren't necessary yet, nor the leggings that matched the coat and hat. The backs of her bare legs were cool, almost cold, but the fronts of them were warm, almost hot, because of the fire. It was making a lot of crackling sounds, and she could smell the nice smell the leaves made as they burned. They floated upward in the flames sometimes, and they were squirming or dancing. She couldn't decide which. Her mother had her by the hand. Benjamin was apart from them, standing right next to the fire and kicking leaves into it. "Stop it, Benjamin," said their mother. "You'll set your shoe on fire." Benjamin thought this was very funny, and he laughed and flung himself around in the air like a hoop going round and round, while Zoe watched him. Finally he fell down on the ground and put his hands under his head and stared up at the blue sky. Zoe wanted to pull loose from her mother's hand, but she didn't, because if she did, she'd get a startled look and maybe a frown. Her mother was staring at the fire and not paying any attention to her, and that's the way Zoe liked it. Then she heard her mother give a little sigh. She squeezed Zoe's hand and let it go so that she could rummage around in her handbag for a handkerchief. When she'd found it, she snapped the bag shut and made little dabbing motions at her eyes, and then buried her nose in the crunched-up handkerchief and blew it. Zoe stepped away from her just a bit, not wanting to get her germs. She bumped into her aunt's cat called Myrtle, which had followed them across the street and into the park. Zoe looked down at Myrtle disapprovingly and nudged it in the ribs with the side of her foot. Myrtle gave a little squawk and then rubbed her body against Zoe's leg. "Quit that," Zoe told the cat. "Leave Myrtle alone, Zoe," said Benjamin. Myrtle stretched way up and dug her claws into Zoe's new gray coat. "Quit that," said Zoe again, pushing the cat away. "Mom," said Benjamin, "she's being mean to Myrtle." The cat went right back to Zoe and sat at her feet, leaning against her patent leather shoes. Zoe, exasperated, reached down and picked up the cat and tossed it into the fire. This created a huge commotion. Benjamin scrambled to his feet and ran around and around the fire, hollering. The cat screamed and bashed around among the burning leaves and finally rolled out of the flames. It looked as if it had smoke coming out of it. It got to its feet and fled drunkenly across the park, evading Benjamin's outstretched arms, ignoring his cries of sympathy. Zoe's mother looked as if she felt dizzy or something. She kept staring at Zoe and saying her name over and over again, as though she couldn't believe Zoe was really standing there, as if Zoe had just suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The man raking leaves had straightened up to watch the cat hobbling across the park, followed by a shrieking Benjamin. He turned to look curiously at Zoe and her mother. "What did you do?" said Zoe's mother. "I put Myrtle in the fire." "But why? How could you do such a terrible thing?" She was staring at Zoe and hanging onto her purse with both hands. The purse had a couple of new scratches on it, places where the leather had been made less brown. Zoe thought Myrtle had probably done that with her stupid claws. "I don't know. She made me angry." Her mother turned round so that her back was to Zoe, and then she turned the rest of the way round so that she was looking straight at her again. "Didn't you hear it screech? Don't you know how much it must hurt?" "But it wasn't me," said Zoe. "But you just said, I heard you. I put Myrtle in the fire. You just told me that." "Yes," said Zoe. "I mean, it wasn't me that hurt." Chapter 10. Ramona was numb with cold, dizzy with tiredness as she stumbled the last mile or so to her house. Her mind had gone away somewhere. It was her body that remembered the way, and her body, too, that remembered where the key was. She floundered through the gate and was about to ask herself for the 50th time, "Where did I leave that key?" when all of a sudden she was bending over and scrabbling in the dirt under the big mossy rock that stood beneath the bedroom window. And there it was. Once inside, she collapsed on the sofa and just sat there for a while. She didn't know how long, being glad she wasn't walking any longer, wishing she had a cup of coffee, looking out the living-room window toward the promontory on the other side of the little bay. There weren't any lights on at the Strachan woman's house. She probably didn't get up this early. Ramona wanted to stay there indefinitely, gathering her strength, but pretty soon she had to go to the bathroom. And besides, she knew she had to hide herself, because they'd be trying to find her, and this house was the first place they'd think to look. The house was cold. As soon as they'd come and gone, she'd turn on the heater. Meanwhile, though, she'd make herself a cup of instant coffee, and she'd be sure to snatch the kettle off the burner before it started to whistle, in case the sound carried next door. But she couldn't find her whistling kettle. There was an electric one on the counter, so she used that. She poked around the house looking for a good hiding place. Sometimes she stopped and rubbed her head, trying to remember why it was that she needed to hide. But she continued to feel very urgent about it, so she kept on looking and thinking, and finally she decided on the closet. There were a lot of clothes hanging in there, and some of them went right to the floor. So she moved these out from the wall, and in behind them she stacked the quilt from the double bed, and 2 extra blankets, and a pillow that she found in the linen closet. She was still very cold, so she took off her coat and put on 3 of the sweaters that hung in the closet, and struggled back into her coat, which she then couldn't get buttoned up. Ramona settled herself in her nest to drink her coffee. And after a while, slowly, gradually, things cleared, like a wind blowing away clouds, and she remembered that Marcia and Robbie Litwin lived in her house now, and that they were on a holiday somewhere, and that's why she decided to come here. "Well, that's a relief," she said out loud, and it was a good feeling, having a mind that was crisp and definite again. She put it to work on the question of supplies. She had seen a few things in the freezer compartment of the fridge, and some cans in the cupboard, and she knew that out in the tool shed were boxes of potatoes and carrots and onions Marcia had grown last summer, but she ought to have fruit and juice and vitamins, and of course some gin. Marcia and Robbie didn't seem to have anything at all in the way of alcoholic beverages. But she knew the neighbors to the left, the Ferrises. They liked to drink from time to time. She'd have to keep an eagle eye open, and as soon as they drove off somewhere, she'd see if she could find a way in. They wouldn't begrudge her a bit of gin. They had a dog, a small one with big ears and a lot of white hair tied up on top of its head with a ribbon. She wouldn't have to worry about the dog, though, because everywhere the Ferrises went, that dog went, too. Ramona stopped breathing, the mug of coffee halfway to her mouth. A car had stopped in front of the house, which was only about 4 feet from the road. She heard the door open, and somebody got out and came lumbering around the side of the house. My God, she thought, what did I do with my shopping bag? Chapter 11. "Okay," said Sid Sokolovsky, lowering himself into the extra chair in Allberg's office. Isabella was standing by the door, clutching her elbows. "Here's the story." He picked up one foot and then the other, pulling at the pant legs that weren't quite big enough to comfortably accommodate his huge thighs. "She's gone, all right. Not a sign of her. Those nurses are in what you might call disarray, since she isn't one of their regular escapees." The sergeant shook his head disapprovingly. "Hard to figure how those old folks can just sashay out of there without anybody noticing." "My feelings exactly," said Isabella, nodding vigorously. "You'd rather the place had bars?" said Allberg. Sokolovsky decided to ignore this. "Anyways, Isabella got them to file a missing persons report. Because I figured the sooner you get going on this, the sooner you're going to find her," said Isabella. "Which they were willing to do," said Sokolovsky patiently, "on account of, like I said, she's never done this before." He looked down at his notes. "She went missing sometime between 2 and 8 in the morning. That's as close as they can figure it." "The night nurse makes the rounds at 2, Isabella put in, "and then nobody would be looking in on her again until the shift changed at 8. She rubbed her hands. Oh, dear, poor Ramona." "Is she wandering around town in a hospital gown, or what?" said Allberg. "They wear their own clothes," said Isabella. "Isabella, let's hear what the sergeant has to say. Sid? What's she wearing?" "Yeah, they wear their own clothes," said Sokolovsky, "but the nurses don't know all what's supposed to be in her room, so they can't tell us what she put on, except her coat's missing, which is good." He licked the end of his finger and turned a page in his notebook. "Have you been to her house?" said Isabella. "She loved that house. It's the first place she'd go." Sokolovsky looked plaintively at Allberg. "Isabella," said Allberg, "stop interrupting or leave, okay?" "Understood," said Isabella, hugging herself. "Yeah, she owns a house," said Sokolovsky. "She's got it rented out. I went over there. The place is all shut up, nobody home. Talk to the neighbors. The tenants, they're a young couple, kind of hard up. They won some kind of drugstore contest or something. They're off to Hawaii for 3 weeks. He looked up from his notebook. You notice it's always the ones on welfare enter the contests? How do you figure it, Karl? Why not? They've got nothing to lose, right? Anything else? Yeah, I found out it's Gillingham who's her doctor. God help the poor lady, said Sokolovsky fervently. I talked to him. Has she got any money? Who are her friends? Where's she likely to go? That's what I asked him. He wasn't much help, which doesn't surprise me. The guy's a flake. Sid. Yeah, well, he doesn't know much about her finances. I've got to go see her lawyer about that. Gillingham gave me a list of people who visit her. They're in the hospital. She's got 2 kids. He told me how to get in touch with them. He looked up again, his forehead furrowed. Don't want to do that just yet, though, Karl. They're not locals, and she's not going to be hard to find. Don't want to worry your kids just yet. Put her on the computer anyway, in case she's on her way to them. Where do they live? Cache Creek and Regina, said Isabella. She wouldn't go to them. Oh, dear, she said, wringing her hands again. I wish she'd come to me. Maybe she will, Isabella, said Allberg. But whether she does or not, we'll find her. The sergeant nodded. Before the day's out, I'd bet on it. Jesus, Isabella, she's an old lady, got a mind that wanders, no pennies in her jeans. We'll find her all right. She won't be wearing jeans, said Isabella. You can count on that. Well, whatever, said Sokolovsky. Anyway, you get my drift. Okay, go see her lawyer, said Allberg. Find out if she's got access to any cash. Isabella, are you up to helping out? Well, of course I am. Phone around to people she knew and liked, places she went to regularly. Tell them to keep their eyes open for her. Yes, that's a good idea. I will, right away, said Isabella, and she left the room. At least it's not too bad out there, said Sokolovsky, peering through the slats of the Venetian blind at the gray, drizzly day. He glanced at his watch. I'd better get over to the lawyer. I'll keep you posted. When he'd left, Allberg sat there thinking about the filmmaker in Quebec who'd had Alzheimer's disease. He'd disappeared, in winter, too, just like Ramona Orlitsky, and when he'd turned up, he was floating in the river. He'd had lots of people who cared about him, Allberg remembered, just like Ramona Orlitsky. He gazed at the photograph of his daughters that hung on the wall next to him, and thought about the graduation presents he'd bought for them. Maybe he should have phoned Maura, asked her advice. After all, he thought gloomily, he didn't get to see his daughters all that often. What made him think he could choose extra special presents for them without help? A little later, Isabella tapped at his door and immediately opened it, looking harassed. I've made 4 phone calls so far. Nobody's seen her yet. The librarian's here. Don't worry, Isabella. We'll find her. Show Cassandra in, will you? In a minute, he called out, as Isabella retreated into the hall. Give me a minute first. He piled the papers that littered his desk into several neat stacks, hung up his jacket, hauled the Venetian blinds right to the top of the window. He was fervently grateful for once for Isabella. There was no dust in his office, no grungy circles on his desk, no cigarette butts in the ashtray on the coffee table. He ran his hands over his blonde hair, straightened up, and pulled in his stomach. Then, what the hell, he thought, and let it out again. There was a knock, and the door opened. Right in there, said Isabella from the hall. Thank you, said Cassandra Mitchell, and stepped inside. Allberg looked at her for a long time, smiling. She smiled back, and he thought she blushed. Well, for heaven's sake, she said. Hello. "You look so damn good," said Allberg. He walked toward her, trying not to think about anything, and put his arms around her. Cassandra closed her eyes and let her cheek rest against his chest. She could feel or hear his heart beating, and then he pressed her hard against him, and she felt her own heart beat, too, and she couldn't tell which was which. One was beating much faster than the other. That one's mine, she thought. She lifted her head, eyes still closed. Delicately her fingers touched the nape of his neck, and slowly she pulled his face towards hers. She'd been waiting for this for months and months. A kiss from Karl Allberg, with no Roger in the way, no Roger in her heart. Roger was gone, all right, she thought, tasting Allberg, losing herself in this, a sweet, clean kiss, with power in it. She pulled away, but held on to his shoulders. She was glad he was big. A substantial man, she thought fondly. His face looked a little older than when they had first met. His hair was a little thinner. He was still enigmatic, until he smiled. She remembered the first time he'd kissed her, in her kitchen in the dark, while outside the moon flirted with clouds and shone when it could upon the water. He'd been cockier then, more certain of himself, or brash and only pretending certainty. She touched his face with her fingertips, and remembered being afraid to go to bed with him then, because she thought she would tell him anything there. But was there anything, now, that she wouldn't want him to know? "Let's go have some lunch," she said, smiling up at him. Allberg linked his arms around her waist. "Let's go to Victoria." "Victoria?" said Cassandra, laughing. "For lunch?" "Not today. Friday. For the weekend." Cassandra shook her head. "That's moving a little fast, don't you think?" "Fast hell." Gently he pulled her closer. "You like flowers, right? I happen to know that in Victoria there are all kinds of flowers blooming." "Pansies," said Cassandra. She leaned against him. "Oh, yeah?" "Primroses, bergenia, broom." He pushed her away so as to look at her. "There, see?" said Allberg, beaming. "How did you know?" "Sid Sokolovsky was over there the other day. He takes an interest in plants and things." "But there's no need to go all the way to Victoria," said Cassandra. She put her arms around him. "The periwinkle in my rock garden is already out." "And if the sun shines," Allberg went on, his cheek resting on the top of her head, "the ocean in Victoria will be extremely blue." "I don't know," said Cassandra. She heard Allberg sigh. Cassandra smiled, holding him close. "I'd pay," he said, hopefully. "Oh, well, then," said Cassandra. "Why didn't you say so?" Chapter 12. "Death, and diaries, and money," Benjamin repeated. "That's what we've got to talk about." A winter rain was falling on the Sunshine Coast, and the breeze from the ocean was cold and damp. Leaves from the arbutus trees blew across the patio, making scouring sounds, like a coarse broom scraping a concrete floor. Every so often the wind sent a spray of sea-water over the barrier made of rock right onto the patio, and some of the spray struck the window with a sizzling sound, as though the ocean water were hot instead of cold. Benjamin was sitting in Zoe's black leather chair, waiting for her to say something. His head rested against the backrest, his ugly hands rested on the arms, and his eyes were closed. But Zoe knew that his body was rigid with the strain of apprehension. She heard in his breathing a struggle not to gasp. She had known instantly what he was talking about, and she had instantly believed him. Benjamin, preposterous as it seemed, was in possession of something that could just possibly harm her. She gazed at him dispassionately, thinking. She thought she might decide to sit there, quietly, silently, for a long time, until he was compelled to burst from the chair, crouched and cornered, panting like an animal. She had underestimated him, she thought, noting that perspiration had appeared on his forehead, gleaming. More information was required. "Imagine that," she said aloud. "You've had them all this time," said Zoe, "and you never said a word." "I was saving it." Benjamin cleared his throat. "I guess it's your last card." She studied him thoughtfully. "You must need money very badly." "All I want from you is the Great North stock," said Benjamin doggedly, "which is rightfully mine anyway." Zoe shook her head. "Not any more, it isn't. I paid you for it. More than it was worth, as a matter of fact." "But I was right, wasn't I?" said Benjamin quickly. "It's tripled in value, just like I told you it would. You owe me something for that, surely?" "No." Zoe looked away from him, out the window. She couldn't see the horizon. Too much rain was falling into the ocean. Everything was gray and blurry. "No," she said. "I don't owe you anything at all." "I'd only sell half," said Benjamin. He was begging, Zoe noticed with interest. That was pleasant. "I'd keep the other half," he said. "It would stay in the family, if that's what you're worried about." Zoe laughed. "I want it to stay with me, Benjamin. That's what I want." "I get the shares," he said, "and you get your diaries. It's a fair exchange." "They aren't diaries," said Zoe. "They're scribblers. Books I scribbled in from time to time. That's all they are." Benjamin leaned toward her. "But you know what's in them." "In one of them." She didn't answer. "It's all down there," he said in a low voice. "Don't be melodramatic," said Zoe. "Every detail," said Benjamin in a whisper. He sounded almost excited, thought Zoe, probably because he had the notion he was about to be rich again. "I am certainly annoyed that you have my scribblers," she said, "but I'm not nearly annoyed enough to hand over to you $500,000 worth of stock. I'm amazed that you thought I'd even consider doing such a thing." She stood up, exasperated, tired of sitting still. Hands on her hips, she stared out the window. "What do you think you can do to me? It's such a waste of time listening to your twaddle." "I can take your diary to the police. It's the RCMP in Seychelles, isn't it? I'll take it to the Mounties." Zoe whirled on him, and he flinched. She became still then, trying to control herself. "It is not a diary." She was still angry. She could hear it in her voice. She longed to change her clothes and go for a run in the rain. She took a deep breath and squeezed her left hand with her right 5 times. "They wouldn't do anything with it," she went on more calmly. "They would simply think you were mad trying to peddle such a thing." "Not peddling it," he said. "I'd be giving it to them." "They'd be awfully curious to know why you decided to take this action now," said Zoe, "after hanging on to the silly thing for so many years." She squeezed her right hand with her left 5 times. "I'll tell them I just found it," he said, "in a trunk in the basement, while clearing away some old stuff. They'd think you were disgusting to want to humiliate your own sister." Zoe turned her back on him and looked out the window. "I was a mere child when it happened, for God's sake." "Zoe, you wouldn't just be humiliated. You'd be prosecuted. They'd send you to jail." "Oh, prosecuted! Are you mad?" The wind was blowing harder now. Arbutus leaves clattered across the patio in a frenzy, chased by rain and sea spray. "I was a child," said Zoe. She wanted to laugh, but she didn't. Prosecuted? Don't be ridiculous. Benjamin got out of the chair and stood next to her. Zoe, they'll check what you wrote in your diary. Zoe turned round. I told you, she said coldly, it is not a diary. I have never in my life kept a diary. Keeping a diary is a weak and feeble enterprise. Benjamin stepped back, but he went on talking. Believe me, Zoe, it's very serious, he said, stammering a little as Zoe continued to stare at him. You know it is. If I go to the police— He took another step backward. They'll investigate all right. They will. I could move, thought Zoe, staring at him. Just pick up and move. But she had thoroughly enjoyed living here these 7 years. She had had every intention of remaining here for the rest of her life. Things simply cannot go on like this, she thought, with this idiot brother crawling out of the woodwork every time he goes broke or loses a spouse. I need some time, she said. I have to think about it. There's really nothing to think about, though, Zoe, is there? He said. He was hanging on to the back of that damn chair, she noticed, for dear life. Did he think she was going to go berserk and attack him with her fingernails, for heaven's sake? Benjamin, she said firmly, you've had my scribblers for what, 20 years? More. You've had more than 20 years to read them, pore over them, think about what's in them, figure out how to use them. She walked out of the living room and waited for him in the foyer. I need some time, she said, to get used to this. She opened the front door. Get out of here. Come back in 2 days, and not a moment sooner. Chapter 13. Late the following morning, Cassandra Mitchell heard a loud knocking on her front door. She was immediately awake. As she hurried to the door, tying her robe, she told herself that it couldn't be somebody from the hospital. They would phone if they needed to get in touch with her. But well-meaning people sometimes insisted on delivering bad news face-to-face instead of impersonally over a telephone line, and when she pulled open the door she was praying that it wouldn't be Alex Gillingham standing there. Thank God, she said, when it turned out to be Karl Allberg. I heard about your mother. How bad is it? I don't know, she said wearily. I never know. May I come in? She stood back, and when he'd stepped across the threshold, she closed the door and leaned against it. I woke you up. I'm sorry. It's all right. Cassandra combed her hair back from her forehead with her fingers. She couldn't remember if she'd taken off her mascara before going to bed. Oh, God, there's probably mascara all over my face, she thought. And then she remembered that, of course, she hadn't put any on, not to rush off to the hospital in the dead of night. How about if I make you some coffee, said Allberg, taking off his jacket. I'd like that, said Cassandra, feeling slightly cheered. Allberg took her by the elbow and led her into the living room. That smells nice, she said, sniffing the air. What is it? Oh, it's something one of my kids gave me. Aftershave lotion or something. I don't know what the hell it is. You're probably allergic to it. He sat her down on the white leather sofa. I'm not allergic to a single solitary thing, said Cassandra. Not that I know of, anyway. Hey, did I tell you they're graduating? Next week, in Calgary. Mortar boards and everything. Shit, I can't believe it, he said, smiling broadly. He glanced toward the end of the room where sliding glass doors led to the patio. Are those locked? I noticed your front door wasn't, he said disapprovingly. Oh, God, Karl, she said. She wanted to laugh, but felt too tired. Okay. I hope you've got one of those drip things, he said, going to the kitchen. That's the only kind of coffee pot I know how to use. Didn't Mountie School teach you anything, for heaven's sake? I thought for sure you'd have learned how to ride a horse, skin a caribou, trap a beaver, and make boiled coffee. Even I know how to make boiled coffee. He looked at her reproachfully through the doorway to the kitchen. "Of course I learned how to ride a horse. I got my training in the old days." He disappeared again, and Cassandra heard him opening cupboards. "It's the one to the left of the sink," she told him. Her feet were getting cold, so she got up from the sofa to fetch slippers from her bedroom. While she was in there, she opened the curtains. She brushed her hair in front of the mirror, tied her robe more tightly round her, and turned to leave the room. Then she looked down at the unmade bed. Sheets, blankets, pillows, and bedspreads sprawled there invitingly, warm and wanton. It was a queen-sized bed, which was good, she thought, because he was a big man. She flushed, staring at the bed. "Have you got a tray somewhere?" he called out. Quickly she left the bedroom, closing the door behind her. "Yes," she said, "I'll get it." A few minutes later they sat side by side on the sofa, drinking coffee. "Have you found Ramona yet?" said Cassandra. Allberg shook his head. "Karl," she said, turning to him, "my God! I was sure she'd have turned up by now. It's been a day and a night." "We've checked with everybody we can think of. Everybody Gillingham can think of. Everybody Isabella can think of. There's not a sign of her." "Well, but what do you think?" Allberg shrugged. "She could have wandered off into the bush, I guess. Or maybe she found a place to hole up. It depends on how alert she is. She kind of drifts in and out, I think." "Yeah. She's not in her house. I heard the tenants—" "Yeah. Hawaii. No, we got a key and checked the place out. Sid Sokolovsky did. Nobody inside. So Christ knows where she is." "What do you do now?" He put down his coffee cup and stretched his arm along the back of the sofa. "We do a full-scale search. And we've got a description out up and down the coast. Eventually somebody will spot her. It's all we can do." She reached over to squeeze his hand. "This is good coffee." "Naturally it's good coffee. Do you cook anything?" "Of course I cook. How do you think I eat?" "In restaurants." "Of course I cook. I've got some specialties that would make you drool." "Name one." "Meatloaf." "Meatloaf. Do you want an ashtray?" He gave her an injured look. "Don't you remember? I quit before you went away." "I remember, but I thought you might have started again." "Not this fella. 6 months it's been." "Good for you, Karl." "Now," he said softly, "tell me about your mother." Cassandra put down her cup. "She called me at 2 a.m. She thought she was having a heart attack. I phoned for an ambulance, and it got to her house before I did. I followed them to the hospital and waited for a couple of hours. When they finally let me in to see her, she was asleep." "Was it a heart attack?" "Alex Gillingham says no." She glanced up at Allberg. "It's happened before, Karl, but he says there's nothing actually wrong with her. But every time it happens, you think, this time it'll be different. It'll be serious." "Right," said Cassandra. "Exactly. I go through the same crap every time. I'm out of my mind with worry, and at the same time I'm angry with her. I phone my brother in Edmonton, and he says, should I come out? And I really want to say, yes, yes, for God's sake. But I don't. I say, let's wait and see. And the next day or the day after that, she's fine again, and I call him and say, stay home." There were tears in her eyes. She flicked them from her face. "I do love her, but she drives me crazy. I'm always gritting my teeth when I'm with her, and then something like this happens." Allberg pulled her close to him. "It's all right," he said, and rocked her in his arms. She felt comforted, and eventually she became drowsy. She thought she might fall asleep right there, cuddled against his chest. But then a change occurred. There was an imperceptible alteration in the situation, and Cassandra was wide awake again, all 5 senses on the alert. She thought about her unmade bed. Maybe it still smelled of the honeysuckle bath powder she'd used before going to bed last night. His hand moved inside her robe. His face was extremely near. His lips opened before he kissed her, and then the telephone rang. "Shit," said Allberg, and then, "Sorry," because, after all, it could have been the hospital. But it was Isabella. "I just got back here from lunch," she said. "There's still no news about Ramona, and then I find out you're late." "Late? What the hell am I late for?" "For Bernie Peters. Do you want to find yourself a cleaning lady, or don't you? She's here right now, been waiting for 20 minutes, she tells me, and she's got somebody to do for at 11:30. Did anybody check with the liquor store?" Allberg closed his eyes and tried to concentrate. "About what, Isabella?" "About Ramona. She'd want to get herself some gin. I told you about Ramona and her gin." Allberg's eyes opened. "That's a very good idea, Isabella. I'll check it out. But first you'll be getting yourself back here toot sweet, won't you?" "I confess that I forgot about Bernie Peters, Isabella," he said bleakly. "Do I really have to see her now?" "She's a woman much in demand," said Isabella. "Fuck it," said Allberg. "I beg your pardon, Staff Sergeant," said Isabella. "I can't believe that I heard you say that." "I'm coming," he said grimly, and hung up. Cassandra handed him his jacket. She touched the slight cleft in his chin. "Thank you, Karl," she said. When he got back to the detachment, Bernie Peters had left. "And I won't guarantee," said Isabella with massive disapproval, "that I'll ever be able to get her back here, either." Chapter 14. Zoe Strachan had never been interested in music. Then one day she was walking along Robson Street in Vancouver, and she heard something that reached out and seized her. It was being played by a man with a strange, many-stringed instrument. Zoe stopped and listened. When it was over, she asked the musician what he had played, and when she returned to Sechelt later that day, she had bought a tape featuring Pachelbel's Canon. When she got home, she played it over and over again, listening with intense concentration. As she listened, Zoe saw bars close together like a fence. They reached higher than she could see, and lower than she could see. They were slim and silver and gleaming, and she knew that they were indestructible. And as she listened, Zoe also saw, behind the bars, feathery flashes of fire that swept between them and entwined themselves around them. The fire, she saw, had freedom enough to flutter and sweep, but was imprisoned behind the bars. Yet as she continued to listen, the bars became flame, and the plumes of fire became bars. She decided that the music was talking about a struggle resolved. So on the day that Benjamin announced his intention to blackmail her, Zoe had again put on Pachelbel's Canon and listened and listened. It was fully dark outside when she turned off the tape player. For a while she sat in her living room without turning on the lights, deliberating. Most people made up their lives as they went along, but Zoe didn't have that luxury. It was the only thing she envied about other people, the permission they held to improvise their days without fear of disaster. It was a gift of which they were apparently unaware, the gift of extemporaneous life. Zoe couldn't afford to extemporize. She was extrinsic to the world in which she found herself, and there was great peril in this. Like the fire in the Canon, Zoe thought, I have erected bars to live behind because they give to my life structure and security. She was pleased with this image. She pulled the curtains, switched on the lights, and went into the kitchen. She would have something to eat, she thought, and watch the 6 o'clock news, while she tried to figure out how to kill her brother. Chapter 15. Ramona was lucky. He hadn't even come into the house that first time. There she sat, her heart choked right up into her throat, holding that mug of instant coffee, and she waited, but nothing happened. It was a long time before she heard the car door open and close, and the engine start, and the car drive off again. She couldn't figure out what this person, whoever he was, had been up to all that time, probably peering in the windows. When he left, she scurried out and got her shopping bag. She still hadn't felt safe, though, so she got some cheese and crackers and went back into the closet. Later in the day, another car stopped on the gravel, or maybe it was the same one. This time the fellow came right inside, a big, tall man by the sounds of him. He clunked through the house, and every so often he called out, "Anybody here? Mrs. Orlitsky, are you here?" He identified himself, said he was from the RCMP. You could tell he felt foolish, talking to an empty house. He hadn't even opened the closet door, as it turned out. That time when he went away, Ramona did feel safe. She crept around the house, closing the curtains. Then she dragged her old rocking chair out of the bedroom where Marcia and Robbie had moved it, and put it back in the living room where it belonged. Ramona spent the rest of the day recovering from her exertions, which had been considerable. She dozed off for a while in the rocking chair. When she woke up, she made herself some tea and ate some more cheese and crackers, and dozed off again. For dinner, she opened a can of ravioli, which was pretty awful, but filling. She kept peeking out the bedroom window at the house next door, but the Ferrises stayed in all day, and all evening, too. When she awakened on Thursday morning, at first she didn't know where she was, but that soon passed, and then she felt belligerent and triumphant, and marveled at herself. After she'd had her wake-up coffee, she used the bathroom. She sat on the toilet for a long time, daydreaming. It was a luxury she was thoroughly appreciating, to be able to sit there until your bottom went numb, if you liked, without some nurse coming knocking on the door to make sure you hadn't fallen in and drowned. Eventually, though, she felt a craving for some TV soap opera. She stirred, fumbled for the toilet paper, and pulled off the last few inches of the roll. Awkwardly, she reached around and opened the cupboard under the sink. There was half a box of Kleenex there, thank goodness, but no toilet paper. Ramona used the Kleenex. Once out of the bathroom, she searched the house. There wasn't another roll of toilet paper in the place, and no more Kleenex either. Well, that settled it. She could do without fruit. She could even do without gin, at least for a while, but she certainly couldn't do without TP. And luck was with her. Not more than half an hour later, she was sitting in front of the TV, watching The Young and the Restless, devoutly grateful that Marcia's mother, Reba McLean, paid for the kids to have cable, when she heard some activity going on next door. She hustled into the bedroom and peered cautiously out between the curtain and the edge of the window. Sure enough, the Ferrises were getting set to go off somewhere. Harold helped his wife into their car and placed the white dog on her lap and made his way round to the driver's door. Then the car pulled out onto the highway and lurched off toward Seashelt, and Ramona was out of her house like a shot. There wasn't anybody on the beach. The couple who lived on the other side of her both worked. She'd heard them leaving their house early in the morning. Ramona sneaked over to the Ferrises' back door and found it unlocked. She took only what she needed, promising herself that she'd make things right with them later. She took 1 apple, 1 orange, and 1 banana. She took a can of apple juice. She took a 4-roll package of toilet paper and a large box of Kleenex. And she took a bottle of gin. She loaded her booty into a brown paper bag and lugged it back to her house. In the afternoon, sitting in her chair, looking out the window at the sea, Ramona began wondering exactly how she was going to make things right with the Ferrises. She'd stolen from them, after all. She was horrified. However could she make it up to them? She began to feel panicky just thinking about it. Then she couldn't remember what day it was. Thursday, she thought, finally, relieved. And then, oh my goodness, I have to get moving. Ramona got a little stiffly to her feet and looked around, bewildered. She spotted a heavy coat, but surely she wouldn't need that. She carried it outside with her, though, and it was a good thing she did, too. It was nippy out there. Nippy? Nothing. It was positively cold. Aghast, Ramona looked up at the bleak sky, a winter sky. How had it gotten to be winter? She was on her way to meet Rosie, but it was winter. She stopped and pressed the palm of her hand against her forehead and squeezed her eyes tight shut for a few seconds. Then she continued making her way along the beach, the sand sucking at her shoes, past 3 houses. She knew them, recognized them. But where was Rosie? She reached the place where the shore curved inward to form a shallow bay, and the bush came right down to the sand. This piece of land was owned by the government, or was it the Indians? She couldn't remember. She couldn't remember very much of anything. There was a lot of clamoring going on in her brain. She tried to be calm and let her brain work things out on its own, but she was very tired. Ramona tottered up the slight rise from the beach and slumped against the trunk of a colossal Douglas fir. She leaned there, panting, for a minute. Then she sat down on the ground on a carpet of needles, her back against the tree trunk. The tree felt very authentic, very substantial. She could almost feel its ancient heart beating slow and steady. She was aware of the fragrance of the fir trees and the sound of the ocean lapping at the sand below her, and the rain moisture in the air. Then there was a swooshing inside her, and with a certainty that was dizzying, almost nauseating, she knew her world once more. She wept for a while, from relief or from fear, she wasn't sure which, but then she told herself that she had to be staunch, no matter what. She saw that she was on the Strachan woman's property, at the beginning of the promontory, not far from the highway. Ramona wasn't about to walk along that beach again. She'd return to her house via the road and take her chances on being spotted. A few minutes later she clambered to her feet and aimed herself down the Strachan woman's driveway toward the highway, where she stopped again to rest for a moment against another tree. She'd be grateful to be back in her own house, that was for sure. Even though it wasn't really her own house at the moment, not with other people's belongings scattered here and there. Just as Ramona pushed herself away from the tree, a person shot out of the driveway at a gallop. Ramona shrank back, both hands clutching at her chest. But it turned out not to be a gallop exactly, more like a lope, and it was the Strachan woman herself doing it. Ramona didn't think she'd even seen her. Dressed in blue denim and sneakers, she ran, jogged, out of her driveway and made a sharp left, and off she went up the highway, her black hair bouncing on her shoulders, and before Ramona even came to her senses about it, she was staring at the woman's retreating back. Enough's enough for one damn day, she thought firmly, and set off in a crab-like scurry, because her thighs ached and her knees hurt, down the road toward her house. When she got there, she was breathless and sore and chilly despite the vigorous exercise she'd undergone. She decided to make herself some instant coffee. While she was waiting for the kettle to boil, she noticed the spider plant hanging by the kitchen window. There were a couple of ferns in the bedroom, too, she remembered, and a cluster of African violets on a table in the living room. She started to wonder where the policeman had gotten the key to let himself in. Ramona sank into a chair at the kitchen table. Her knees were trembling, and there was a great echo inside her head. Her house wasn't a haven at all. She was going to have to find another place to hide. Chapter 16. Zoe ran almost every day. This Thursday afternoon, as she ran along the shoulder of the highway, she wondered for a moment about the stress of running, wondered how her joints were holding up. Sometimes her right knee gave her trouble. There was moisture in the air, although it wasn't exactly raining, and it felt cool and refreshing against her face. She took off her earmuffs and gloves and stuffed them into the big pocket in the front of her sweatshirt. It was unlikely that she'd be able to find out where Benjamin had hidden her scribblers. Even if she got him thoroughly drunk, he'd probably manage to lie. It was good to be thinking about this while running, she thought. The frustration it produced got turned into physical energy that was immediately consumed. He was so stupid to have believed she would let him get away with this. She had reached the place where the highway took a curve to accommodate an enormous Sitka spruce. This was the 1-mile mark. She approached the tree and pressed the palm of her right hand against its trunk, then pressed the palm of her left hand there. Then she turned and headed back toward her house. She had planned and worked too hard for peace, seclusion, a life that was precisely the life she wanted. All put at risk now by this ineffectual, non-productive man who wasn't worth the powder it would cost to blow him up. She couldn't see blowing him up. She didn't know enough about explosives. And although she could learn, death by explosion was certain to alarm the authorities. She could poison him, she thought, and considered this for a while as she ran. But she didn't know anything about poisons either, and unless she could manage to get hold of some that was absolutely undetectable, she oughtn't to consider it. Death by poison, too, would cause a lot of consternation. At least he didn't have a wife or a family to ask questions afterward. She swiped at her forehead with her sleeve. Too bad he doesn't jog, she thought, panting. She could have challenged him to a race and tried to induce a heart attack. It will have to be an accident, she decided, turning off the highway. She slowed to a trot, then a walk for the last quarter-mile across the promontory to her house. If not a car accident, then something else. It would come to her. When she had showered and changed, she stood by the living-room window, looking out at the rain. Killing Benjamin, it occurred to her, might be considerably more complicated and difficult than the only alternative, which was to kill herself. What if she killed him but got caught and ended up going to jail for the rest of her life? Dying would be far preferable to that. She wasn't fond of pain, but she knew she could find a way to do it without causing herself physical suffering. She would have to decide how to dispose of her money, though. She certainly wouldn't want Benjamin or the government getting any of it. Perhaps she ought to convert everything she had to cash, transfer it to her checking account, and divide it among the listings in the Seashell phone book. She roamed uneasily through her house, stroking her favorite pieces of furniture, turning television sets on and off. There were all these possessions, too. What would become of them? How on earth could she dispose of all her belongings, her car, her house, for heaven's sake? Could she get rid of all these things without calling attention to herself? Her house, her fortress. She had chosen the Sunshine Coast as her home because it was made remote from metropolitan Vancouver by the need to get there by ferry. She chose Seashell because it was in the middle of the coast, halfway between the ferry at Langdale, which crossed Howe Sound to Horseshoe Bay, and the one at Powell River, which crossed Georgia Strait to Vancouver Island. She had looked for a long time, and then bought the waterfront property. And then she bought the lots on either side of it, and the lots on either side of them, too. She bought the whole promontory. It wasn't a huge area, less than 2 acres, manageable in size. The highway formed its eastern border, so she never had to worry about acquiring neighbors. She'd had a plain house built with exactly the amount of room in it that she needed, and a garage, and halfway up the driveway a small guest cottage. It wasn't used often, just once or twice a year. One of the things she'd had to check out before deciding to move here was whether there were enough bars. She found 4 up and down the coast that would do, not counting whatever there might be in Seashelt, but that would have been too close to home. Sex, to Zoe, was a hunger, the satisfaction of which depended not on appetite, but on need. She felt it first when she was 14, and a boy 3 years ahead of her in school began following her home. One day he caught up with her and took her into a park. What followed was not a particularly pleasant experience for Zoe, but it proved in the end an adequate introduction to the gratification of sexual desire. Every few months she dressed up in one of her costumes and went to a bar. She found someone, took him to her guest cottage, and they had sex. Zoe did it thoroughly and with energy, the way she did everything. Afterward she sent the person on his way. She told these men that her elderly parents lived in the house by the water. Everything had worked out extremely well. Each aspect of her life was precisely as she had planned it. She was damned if she was going to let Benjamin destroy it. Late that afternoon the skies cleared. Zoe sat in her office in an enormous round chair made of bamboo, which had a huge, sumptuous, rust-colored cushion. She sat cross-legged, holding a glass of Chardonnay. The sun was in the process of setting, preparing to sizzle itself out in the waters of the ocean. Zoe watched it burning in her wine. It was time to insist upon some single-minded exertion from her brain. Zoe had complete confidence in her brain and treated it with respect. She tried to understand it and anticipate its needs. She kept her body healthy so as to spare her brain the distraction of worrying about disease or injury to its host. She kept herself as tranquil as possible, thereby providing a close to ideal environment in which her brain could work. It was like maintaining a greenhouse for an exotic plant, or a climate-controlled garage in which to house a fine automobile. The sun set. The wine-glass warmed in her hand. She closed her eyes and rocked gently back and forth and thought about accidents. Car accidents, boating accidents, industrial accidents, skiing accidents, accidents with farm equipment, accidents with chainsaws, accidents with sharp knives or long-bladed scissors, or drugs, accidents that crushed or pierced or punctured or impaled. She imagined him bleeding, suffocating, choking. She imagined him crumpling to the floor, collapsing into coma, fluttering into death. She saw him crumple, collapse. She saw him fall. She thought she knew just how it would feel to place the palms of her hands against his shoulder blades and push strongly. She thought she knew just what he would look like plummeting through the air, his scream a wisp, a thin stream of white breath that might even continue to hang in the air for a second or two after his body had struck the rocks. And she would bend over carefully to see if any part of him was still moving down there on the rocks where he had crashed. Zoe opened her eyes and smiled. She would push him off the cliff right outside his own front door. They would meet at the house in West Vancouver. He would give her the scribblers, and she would turn over the stock certificates, ensuring that he put them somewhere other than in his pocket. They would have a drink, and she would make certain that he got thoroughly drunk, if he wasn't drunk already, which he probably would be. After a while she would get up to leave. When she got to her car, she would pretend that it wouldn't start. She would ask Benjamin to look at it, and when he got out of the elevator in the parking area at the top of the cliff, she would push him over, retrieve the certificates, and head for Horseshoe Bay and the ferry. Zoe got out of the big round chair and went to the window. There was still a faint glow in the sky. The days, she thought, must be getting longer. Soon it would be spring again. Chapter 17. Her brother was already on the scene when she arrived, his place in the household comfortably staked out. They named her with the very last letter in the alphabet. He'd probably had something to do with that. None of the ordinary names had seemed right, they told her, so they'd had to go right to the end of the alphabet. The last name in the world, that was the name they'd given her, Zoe. Benjamin was 4 years older, and sometimes he made her so mad she hit him. Usually he'd just shrug his shoulders and go away then, but sometimes she hit him so hard that it hurt him, and he started to hit her back. Once he made her nose bleed. So she leaned over the sofa and shook her head hard so that the blood would go all over the sofa and he'd get into real trouble, which he did. Zoe didn't like him, and she didn't dislike him. She had private places indoors that he didn't know about, and she wanted one outdoors as well, a place from which she could survey the world without being seen by Benjamin or anybody else. In her yard there was a pool to swim in, a gazebo to sit in, but nowhere to play. There were rose gardens and vegetable gardens and rhododendron plantings beneath the trees, and a little brook that cut across the property at its lower end. Spring bulbs bloomed here in great profusion, but there wasn't a tree fit for climbing or a secret place fit for hiding herself in. So when she was 8, just after she'd gotten her first scribbler, she went poking around on the neighbor's property, which was just as big as hers, but a lot less tended. It rolled up and then down again at the very back, and on that little hill were several fruit trees. Zoe climbed the back fence and sneaked up through the brush to the top of the hill where the orchard began. From there she could see the whole back part of the property, and over the fence at the side into her own yard as well. This became her secret place. She would climb a tree and wedge herself in between a thick branch and the trunk, and if it was the right season she'd stuff herself with cherries or apples while she sat there feeling like a big, strong bird in its nest. 4 years passed, and Zoe grew and grew, but she didn't grow too big to nestle in the branches of a tree, and she didn't grow too old to need a secret place. 2 old people lived in the big old house at the front of the property. They never bothered picking the cherries or the apples, but sometimes their grown-up children came for a visit, and they'd take some of the fruit away with them. One day, when she was 12, Zoe was sitting in an apple tree. It was July, and the apples were pretty well ready to eat. They were larger than a tennis ball, not as big as a softball, still green but starting to look yellowish. Zoe was digging her fingernail into the tree trunk and scooping away little pieces of it, which she then flicked toward the ground. She'd been doing this for quite a while. She had dug through all of the tree's layers of skin and was now picking away at what she figured must be muscle. From time to time she wrapped her arms around the tree and rubbed her cheek hard against its trunk. Her cheek had begun to sting, and when she put her fingers on it they came away with a small amount of blood on them, as well as dirt. So the next time she hugged the tree, she did it with the other side of her face against the trunk. It had always been very important to Zoe that things be even. Sometimes at the dinner table she might catch herself tapping her right toe against the floor, for instance, and then she had to try to figure out how many times she'd done it without noticing, so that she could tap her left toe the same number of times. After a while, from her perch in the apple tree, she noticed that the old woman, whose name was Mrs. Nelson, had come out of the house and was standing on her back porch holding a straw hat in her hand. She put the hat on and tied its brown ribbons under her chin, and then she looked up the hill into the orchard. Zoe became motionless. Mrs. Nelson went slowly down the steps, holding onto the railing, and walked through the wildness of her flower garden, which didn't have any neat edges, toward the fruit trees. She stopped every so often to look at one of the flowers, but she always started to walk again, straight toward the apple tree where Zoe crouched. The old people never picked the fruit from these trees. Never. What did she think she was going to do anyway, that old woman? Get herself a ladder and climb up here to get herself some apples, or what? Zoe tried to move behind the tree trunk, but couldn't find a branch in the right place to sit on. The leaves of the apple tree rustled when she moved, and she was afraid that Mrs. Nelson had heard them, even though she was still pretty far away. Mrs. Nelson was wearing a brown and white dress, and she had white sandals on her feet. She stopped at the bottom of the little hill and sat on a wooden bench that faced the house. After a while she reached down and over and picked up an apple that had fallen from a tree and rolled there. She rubbed it on the skirt of her dress and took a bite out of it, and sat there for several more minutes eating the apple. Then she put the core on the ground and stood up. When she got too close, Zoe threw an apple at her. Even though it didn't hit her, it made the old woman glance up into the trees, so Zoe threw another apple. This one struck Mrs. Nelson on the arm and surprised her a lot. Zoe watched it happen on her face when she had the idea that maybe the apples weren't falling on their own. Maybe somebody was actually throwing them. Zoe could see that this was hard for Mrs. Nelson to believe, so she threw another one, which hit the old woman on the shoulder. It must have landed harder than the first one, because Mrs. Nelson said, "Ugh," and bent over, one hand fumbling out to the side until it came in contact with a tree trunk. She hobbled over and leaned against it, holding on to her shoulder. "Who's there?" she said in a quivery voice. "Is there somebody up there?" Zoe wanted to shout, "No, there's nobody up there. It's God throwing apples at you." But instead of shouting, she threw another apple. This one struck the brim of Mrs. Nelson's hat, making it go all crooked on her head. Then Zoe got very angry with herself. Why had she done this? Now Mrs. Nelson was squinting hard up into the trees, her little eyes poking into all the branches, sniffing and poking into every single apple tree, and there they hit Zoe right in the face, those beady little old woman eyes. "Zoe!" said Mrs. Nelson, sounding amazed. "Zoe, Zoe, Zoe!" yelled Zoe. She climbed fast down from the tree and ran to the top of the hill and down the other side and over the fence into the Bradleys' yard, where Henry Bradley was mowing his father's lawn. She ran clear across the Bradleys' property, screaming, "Damn you, Henry! Damn you, Henry!" until she reached the road. And then she ran along the road until it curved and went in front of her own house. She ran inside and up the stairs to her room, where she opened her windows wide and threw herself onto her bed, hot with humiliation and rage. Thought about putting a curse or something on old Mrs. Nelson. That night there was another Zoe meeting. They always had them right before dinner. "Mrs. Nelson said you were throwing apples at her today," said Zoe's mother, sounding tired and sad. Zoe shrugged. "I was up in a tree. Maybe some apples fell off it." "You mean it was an accident?" said Zoe's father. Zoe shrugged again. "They could have hit her. I don't know." "She says you yelled at her," said her mother. I don't remember. I might have. She scared me. How did she scare you? Said her father. By sneaking up on me. I can't imagine Mrs. Nelson sneaking up on you, Zoe, said her mother. Zoe didn't say anything. What happened to your face? It's all scraped. I rubbed it against a tree. Zoe, for God's sake, what were you doing in her orchard anyway? Said her father. Playing? Her stomach was growling. I'm hungry. Can't we eat now? Her mother gave a big sigh. Zoe looked at the floor. She was standing on a rug that was mostly dark red, with lots of big flowers all over it. The rug was lying on top of a beige-colored carpet, which covered almost the entire house. Can we have dinner now? She said. Mrs. Nelson doesn't want you to go into her yard any more, said Zoe's father. I don't care what she wants, said Zoe inside herself. Outside, she let her head nod up and down. Her father stroked her hair. Okay, he said. Go find Benjamin. Tell him it's dinner time. The next day she saw that the old people had had the tall grass in the orchard cut down. This was to make it easier for them to see Zoe. They knew she wouldn't stay out of their yard. They must have spent all their time from then on watching out the windows. The second Zoe started to climb one of the apple trees, they came out onto the back porch and shouted at her to go away, and then they phoned up her parents. But she kept on trying, even though her mother and her father got very upset about it. They caught her every time. But it was interesting to see how far she could get before she heard their screen door bang open and one of them began hollering at her. But soon it wasn't interesting any more. It made her more and more angry to be kept out of that yard. Every day she got angrier about it, until one day she was so jammed full of anger it made her shake. She wanted to hit things, chop things, smash things, but there was nothing in her hands to do it with. So she ran and ran and ran across her own backyard and around the house and over the front lawn to the road and down the road until she couldn't run any more and had to fall down on some stranger's grass, where she lay panting and panting, watched by a big dog sitting under a tree, until finally her heart stopped beating so fast, and she could feel the hot sun on the backs of her legs, and she pushed herself up and went home. She couldn't go tearing around like this all the time. She'd wreck her body. She had to think of something. A curse or something. Chapter 18. How do I know you've actually got them? Said Zoe to her brother on Friday afternoon. They were sitting in her living room. How else would I know what's in them? Said Benjamin. I'd like to have a look at them, just to be certain. He wagged a finger at her. Don't be silly, Zoe. It is very much against my principles, she said crossly, to buy anything at all, sight unseen. He shook his head. He watched her for a moment. Well, how about it? He said. Do we have a deal? Yes, Benjamin, said Zoe, we have a deal. He put on a very wide grin. She thought it might split his face in two. You won't regret it, he said. He massaged his hands, hideous hands, red and lumpy with eczema. Perhaps they caused him pain. She hoped so. I'll bring them to you tomorrow, he said. No, said Zoe flatly. Benjamin reached for his wine-glass and saw that it was empty. One more for the road, he said, picking it up by the stem, and I'll be on my way. I don't want you here again, said Zoe. I'll go to your house. Actually, that's not very convenient, said Benjamin. Fine, said Zoe. She stood up. Let's forget it, then. All right, all right. Benjamin waved his hand impatiently. I'll work it out. What time? In the evening, said Zoe, the early evening. Okay, he said. Now, How about my drink? You finished the bottle, said Zoe. I'll go get another, said Benjamin, and he put down his glass. Where do you keep it? No, said Zoe. She stared down at him for a moment. I'll do it, she said. After all, she thought, he didn't have many more drinks left to drink. She turned on the light at the top of the stairs and made her way down into the basement. The wine was kept in a small room on the left, and she headed for that door, but then changed her mind and went for a moment into a large room, half of which was a workroom. A 50-year-old sideboard with silverware drawers and candle slides awaited her there. Someone had painted it dark brown. Zoe could hardly wait to strip it down and see what its real skin looked like. She checked the shelves to make sure she had everything she needed, several grades of sandpaper, large tins of stripper, chisels, steel wool, the finishing sander, furniture oil. "Hey!" called Benjamin from the top of the stairs. She gritted her teeth at the sound of his voice. "I'm coming," said Zoe. She turned off the light in the workroom and closed the door. "What are you doing down there?" As soon as he left, she would open all the doors and windows, never mind the weather, to let clean air sweep the memory of Benjamin from her house. "Getting the wine," she said. She'd scour every surface he'd touched, scrub every floor he'd walked upon. She went into the small, cool room where she kept the wine, and selected a bottle of inexpensive California red. "You're not up to anything, are you?" Benjamin was hanging on to the open door, peering down the stairs, his face slashed with shadow. "Don't be ridiculous," said Zoe. She mounted the steps. When she had almost reached the top, he stretched his arm across the doorway so that she couldn't pass. She looked up at him, astonished. He was grinning at her. Her heart began to pound. "Will you kindly get out of my way?" she said, struggling for control. "Say please," said Benjamin, smirking. "You're being childish," said Zoe, and there was such anger in her that her voice shook. "Pretty please," said Benjamin. Zoe realized, when she thought about it later, that what happened next wasn't a defeat. She hadn't lost, she hadn't surrendered. She'd made a decision, that was all. She stared up into Benjamin's face and decided to stop struggling, to let anger take her. She hadn't had these feelings for years and years and years. She hadn't had them since childhood. And Benjamin saw it, saw something in her eyes. Benjamin would have done anything, given anything, to take back those two small words. "Pretty please," he'd said like a stupid child. It happened very, very fast. Zoe's right foot was 2 steps from the top of the stairs, and her left foot was 1 step lower. She was holding the California red at the shoulder of the bottle. Elated, she swung the bottle back. Savagely, she drove it, cork end first, into his stomach. "Woof!" said Benjamin, as he let go of the door jamb and clutched at himself. Zoe pulled back against the banister to her right. Benjamin sank forward against Zoe's left thigh, and she could have saved him from falling just by keeping her leg braced. Rage electrified her. She had forgotten how voluptuous it was, her anger. She lifted the bottle high and brought the bottom of it down on the back of his head, and at the same time pulled her left leg out from under him. "Ah!" said Benjamin, and he crashed, clumsily, noisily, all the way down the stairs. Chapter 19. Zoe, hanging onto the door jamb for support, lowered herself to the top step to wait for her heart to stop its banging. She stared down at Benjamin, lying on the concrete floor at the bottom of the stairs. It was a wonder he hadn't smashed against the banister and broken it to smithereens, she thought, grateful for small mercies. He was very still. After a while her heartbeat was almost normal, and the trembling in her arms and legs had subsided. She set the wine bottle on the floor in the hallway and made her way cautiously down into the basement. She stepped over him and hunkered down, her slim skirt pulling up over her thighs. She noticed a gleam of blood trickling out from under his head. His head was attached to his neck at an angle that was manifestly odd. She licked her dry lips. "Benjamin?" "Benjamin." She was almost certain that he was dead, but she gave his shoulder a poke. Here we have a completely useless individual, she thought, good for absolutely nothing at all, not even terribly bright. But he did have one thing going for him, and that was tenacity. She poked him again. She took his wrist in her fingers, feeling for his pulse. She stood up and gave him a gentle kick in the ribs, watching as his body spasmed, listening for a moan of protest, and not hearing one. "Yes," she thought, nodding. "He's dead, all right. The man is dead." The trickle of blood had formed a small pool. "Well," said Zoe, looking at the blood at his twisted neck, "that's that, then." She wouldn't have enjoyed killing him so much if she'd been merely carrying out her plan. Doing it on an impulse, feeling reckless and intemperate, had been enormously exciting. She had been sexually aroused. She hadn't expected that. But she had a problem now. She had to consider carefully what to do. Her sense of satisfaction began ebbing away. It was almost 3:00. Half an hour to the terminal. She could catch the 3:30 ferry if she got a move on. Half an hour from Horseshoe Bay to the house, maybe 20 minutes if she was lucky. An hour to search the place. Then half an hour back to the terminal, catch the 6:30 ferry. She could be home by 7:30. She went through his pockets, being careful not to move him around much or disturb the placid puddle of blood. She found his keys and took them. Then she hurried upstairs and grabbed a jacket from the hall closet. She went outside, locked the front door, and rummaged through his car, just in case he'd brought the scribblers with him, but of course he hadn't. She felt herself rushing and tried to slow down, tried to think clearly. 4.5 hours he'd lie here at the bottom of her basement stairs. And then what would she do with him? Try to dump him in the sea? Get the police? Tell them there's been an accident? Of course she had to say it was an accident. What was the alternative? But they'd want to know why she hadn't reported it earlier. "I'll think of something," she told herself, trying to unlock her car door. Eventually she realized she was attempting to open it with Benjamin's keys. She fished her own keys out of her handbag with hands that she saw were shaking. "Damn the man," she said, getting in the car. "Damn him to hell." "Okay," she told herself as she drove off her property and turned onto the highway. "Work it out." He was drunk. You wouldn't let him drive in that condition. You told him to sleep it off, and you went out to buy some food for dinner. She checked the time and pressed her foot down on the accelerator. If she missed the 3:30 ferry, she might as well forget it. She couldn't leave him lying there for more than 4.5 hours. Where could she say she'd been even for only 4.5 hours? It wouldn't take more than an hour to buy food. "Think, Zoe," she told herself, flexing her hands on the steering wheel. "That damn stupid man," she thought, furious. She was in Sechelt now. Thank God there wasn't much traffic, and she wouldn't have to worry about line-ups at the ferry terminal either, not on a weekday in January. The roads were dry, too. It was another gray day, but not a rainy one, and there was no fog, thank God. She heard a siren, and in the same moment saw flashing lights in her rear-view mirror. "Damn it to hell," thought Zoe, slowing and moving to the side of the road so it could pass her, whatever it was, an ambulance or a fire truck or something. But when she slowed down, it did too, and she saw that it was a police car. Incredulous, she brought her car to a stop and saw the police car pull in behind her. She clutched at her forehead. "I cannot believe this," she said. "I refuse to believe this." She looked into the rearview mirror and saw the policeman climb out of his car, taking his own sweet time about it, and she glanced at her watch, and she knew that she was not going to make it to Langdale in time. And then Zoe felt her serenity emerge, resolute and glacial, from wherever it had temporarily hidden itself. "Okay," she thought. "This is it, then. This is how it's going to be." The police officer was tall and young, and as he walked toward her car, Zoe saw that he enjoyed having broad shoulders and narrow hips and muscular thighs. She rolled down her window and watched his face as he met her eyes, and recognized her. A few people in town recognized her, but not many of them had the nerve to look at her the way this police officer was looking at her. A frisson of something, sexual desire, lustmord, rippled along her spine. But it was too late to make any use of this, because it was too late to catch the ferry. She waited, watching him. He took off his hat and ran his hand over his hair, which was black and curly. Zoe almost laughed, but she managed not to. She didn't even smile. She just pretended for the moment that she was in a bar, dressed up, camouflaged, hungry. "Miss Strachan, isn't it?" Zoe nodded. "I'm afraid you were exceeding the speed limit back there." "Oh, dear," said Zoe, gazing straight into his extremely blue eyes. He was cocksure, all right. She felt an urgent need to whittle him down a little. But instead she lifted her hands from the steering wheel and held them out toward him diffidently so that he could see the tremor in them. "I'm afraid I'm a little upset." "I'm going to have to give you a ticket," he said with a smile, showing her his teeth, which didn't interest her in the slightest. "My brother's had an accident," she said. She turned away to fumble in her handbag for a Kleenex. I'm afraid he's dead." She buried her nose in the tissue and permitted herself to weep. "What kind of an accident? Where? Miss Strachan?" Zoe felt his hand on her shoulder and sobbed harder. His dismay was almost palpable. Before he could pull himself together and become decisive, she turned her wet face to him and said, "He's fallen down my basement stairs. There's blood," and began again to weep. The policeman gave her shoulder a hasty squeeze. "I'll call for an ambulance," he said, and hurried back to his car. Zoe sat stony and sullen, staring out the windshield. After a while she heard him crunching across the gravel shoulder toward her, and she sighed and straightened and dabbed delicately at her cheeks with the sodden Kleenex. "They're going to meet us at your house," he said. "Oh, good," whispered Zoe. "Thank you." "Why didn't you phone somebody?" he said, leaning against her car. "I don't have a telephone," said Zoe. "I hate telephones," she explained, giving him a smile. She started her car, and he drew back quickly. "You can give me the ticket when we get to my house." She put the engine in drive, signaled, and pulled out onto Sechelt's main street. In the mirror she saw the police officer trotting hastily back to his vehicle. Chapter 20. "I've been thinking," said Allberg, pulling on his jacket. "You know what's good about the Ramona situation, Isabella?" He sat on the edge of her desk. "She's been gone almost 3 days," Isabella said dismally. "I know that. What's good about it is we haven't got a body." Isabella nodded. "That's true. We don't. Not yet, anyway. I was afraid she might have gone off somewhere to do herself in." Isabella nodded again. "I have to admit it. That occurred to me, too. But I don't think she's done that. Her body would have been found by now. Do you think so? I do. Well, but where do you think she is, then? I haven't got a clue, said Allberg. But I bet you a month's salary she's still alive, wherever she is. People wander away all the time, Isabella, you know that. The trouble with Ramona is, said Isabella, that if she doesn't want to be found, you might not ever find her. Ramona's old, but she's smart. She forgets a thing or two, but she's smart. Allberg shoved a new notebook into his inside pocket. Yeah, but maybe we're smarter. Don't count on it, said Isabella. Maybe we'll get lucky then. Or maybe she'll decide she wants to come back. He got up and started for the door. Get hold of Gillingham, will you? Tell him to go out to the place at the end of Mills Road. Name's Strachan. Report of an accidental death. That dishy woman's dead? Said Isabella, horrified. She reached for the phone. I don't know about any dishy woman, said Allberg. It's a man who's supposed to be dead. Sanducci's patrol car and an ambulance were parked next to a late-model Chevrolet in the driveway behind the house. It was Sanducci who answered the door when Allberg knocked. The guy's her brother, he said. He's dead, all right. Pissed out of his mind, I guess. Fell down the basement stairs. Two ambulance attendants lounged against the wall. Go wait in your wagon, said Allberg. We'll call you when we need you. He said to Sanducci, Where's the sister? Is she all right? Oh, she's fine. She's in the kitchen, said Sanducci, leading the way down the hall. She sat at the kitchen table, looking out the small, uncurtained window, her chin in her hand. She was wearing a black suit, a straight skirt, a short jacket, a white blouse with a big floppy bow at her throat. Miss Strachan, said Sanducci with unusual formality, I'd like you to meet Staff Sergeant Allberg. Staff, this is Miss Zoe Strachan. She turned her head slightly to look at him. Her eyes, set wide apart, were a very dark blue. She had a high, broad forehead. Her hair was black and wavy, parted at the side. Her skin was pale and appeared to be unlined, but he knew she wasn't young. She was the most beautiful thing he had seen since coming to Seashelt 6 years before. Thank you, Sanducci, said Allberg. Why hadn't he ever seen her around town? He forced himself to look away from her at the window. He remembered that he hadn't seen any windows to speak of in the front of the house, only a small, frosted pane that was probably a bathroom. The woman certainly liked her privacy. May I sit down? He said, and Zoe Strachan nodded. Would you give me his full name, please? He pulled out his notebook and a pen. Benjamin Henry Strachan, she said. And he's your brother? Yes. He wrote these things in his notebook. His hands felt cold. Again he looked at the small kitchen window, through which he could see only the darkening sky. There was a lot to be said for views, he thought distractedly. He liked the one from his sun porch, for instance, down the hill to Gibson's and the harbor. But the most important thing about windows was that they let in light. He couldn't imagine living in a house that didn't let in any light down one whole side of it. Zoe Strachan was waiting patiently, expecting more questions. Did he live here, on the peninsula? He lived in West Vancouver. Was he married? Did he have a family? He used to be married, twice. The first one divorced him. The second one died. Any children? No. She's his only living relative, Staff, said Sanducci. Allberg jumped slightly. He'd forgotten the corporal was there. Zoe raised her eyes to Sanducci and gave him a tremulous smile. Yes, she said, nodding. I am. Corporal, said Allberg, let me know when Dr. Gillingham gets here. He waited until Sanducci had left the room. Your parents are dead? Yes. What happened to them? She looked annoyed. Allberg didn't blame her. What the hell difference did it make? What had happened to her parents? "My father died of a heart attack," she said, "when I was 23. My mother got cancer 7 years later. She was ill for a year or so and then died." "Were you and your brother close?" "Heavens, no. We had nothing in common. Absolutely nothing at all." "Except your parents," said Allberg. She looked at him straight on then, and he realized that she hadn't done so before. Her head had always been turned away, or at least slightly averted. He didn't think he'd been consciously aware of that, until now. Her gaze struck him with an almost physical force. "Do you want to see him?" she said. "My brother?" Yes," said Allberg, "in a minute." "We can't just leave him there," she said thoughtfully. "No. When the doctor's been here, your brother will be taken to... well, he'll be taken wherever you like." He thought she smiled a little. "I guess a funeral home," she said. He glanced around the kitchen. In the corner, a television set sat on a small table. A large number of electric appliances were lined up, gleaming on the countertops. An unopened bottle of red wine sat next to a toaster oven. The room was meticulously clean. Even the stainless steel sink shone. Zoe Strachan swiveled around on her chair and crossed her legs. Allberg couldn't remember the last time he'd heard that sound, the slithery, silken sound of stockinged legs stroking. Women hardly ever wore stockings any more. Even when they did, it wasn't stockings they wore, but pantyhose. They hardly ever wore skirts any more, for that matter, and they practically never wore suits. It was possible, he thought, that since she was wearing a skirt, a whole suit, in fact, and stockings, too, that possibly, just possibly, they were real stockings, not pantyhose, which meant that she'd be wearing something to hold them up, too, something like a black garter belt, maybe. He cleared his throat and fumbled with his notebook, attempting to turn the page. His pen fell to the floor. Zoe Strachan didn't move when he reached down to retrieve it, even though it had landed right next to her foot. Allberg felt the smooth leather of her black shoe against the side of his hand as he picked up the pen. She was looking at him curiously. He had absolutely no idea how old she was. He could see now that there were shimmerings of silver in her black hair, but her face was unlined, and her body was slim, even athletic. "Corporal Sanducci suggested that your brother might have been drinking," he said. "I'm afraid he was," said Zoe. "I think that Benjamin probably drank rather a lot." "Tell me what happened." "We were in the living room," she said, and stood up. Automatically, Allberg stood up, too. She was about the same height as Cassandra, he thought. No, shorter, because she was wearing high heels. "I'll show you," said Zoe, and he followed her out of the kitchen. In the living room, she pointed to a black leather chair. "He was sitting there. I was on the sofa there. He said he wanted to catch the 3:30 ferry, but I told him he was too drunk and that he'd better stay and have dinner with me." She looked toward Allberg, standing next to the archway leading to the hall. "He didn't get drunk here, Staff Sergeant. He was drunk when he arrived." She waited while Allberg scribbled dutifully in his notebook. "I hadn't done my shopping for the week, though," she went on. "I told Benjamin to lie down and sleep while I went out to get something for us to eat." She sat on the sofa, resting her left arm along its low back and crossing her legs. "He agreed. But first he said he'd go downstairs and fetch a bottle of wine to have with dinner." She shrugged. "There's no point arguing with people when they're in that condition, so I just sat here and waited for him to come back. A few minutes later, I heard a yelp and a crash." She got up and walked toward Allberg. "I went to the basement door," she said, passing him, going along the hall. "It was open, just as you see it now." She stood in the doorway, looking down. "I think I called him a couple of times. It was very dark down there. I switched on the light, and there he was." She turned to Allberg with a smile. "And there he still is," she said, gesturing. Allberg peered into the basement. "Poor Benjamin," said Zoe. "Why had he come to see you?" "To borrow money," she said, continuing to gaze down the stairs. "A lot of money?" "I have no idea." She leaned against the door-frame, looking up at Allberg. "There wasn't any point in discussing how much he wanted when I wasn't about to give him anything at all. Was he in some kind of trouble?" "I don't think so. He didn't have enough money, that's all. Benjamin never had enough money." "Did he have a job?" She sighed and went back down the hall toward the kitchen, talking to Allberg over her shoulder. "Apparently he did, yes. I don't know where. As I told you, we weren't close, Benjamin and I. The only times I saw him were when he needed money." She took a coffee canister from the cupboard. "I don't know why he kept trying. I never gave him anything, and he must have known that I never would." "Dr. Gillingham's here," said Sanducci from the doorway. "Why don't you stay here, Miss Strachan?" said Allberg. "Yes," said Zoe, smiling. She gestured with the canister. "I'll make some coffee." Allberg found the doctor at the bottom of the basement stairs, black bag in hand, gazing with satisfaction upon the inert form of Benjamin Henry Strachan. "Here's another one that age'll never wither, then," he said approvingly. "Good Christ, Alex, keep your voice down," said Allberg. "His sister's upstairs." The doctor, a swarthy man in his 50s, tried to squat down next to the corpse. "Shit! Forgot the damn knee," he said. "Bring me a damn chair, will you?" Allberg looked around the basement. He saw 3 doors, all closed, and opened the first one. The small room that was revealed apparently functioned as a wine cellar. In the corner was a small stool. He carried it over to Alex Gillingham. "What's wrong with your knee?" "I twisted it. Mountain climbing." "Christ," said Allberg. "You oughtn't to scoff," said the doctor reproachfully. He bent over Benjamin Strachan. "You're putting on weight. I notice it more every time I see you, Karl. A little mountain climbing wouldn't do you any harm. Get a move on, will you? His sister wants to get the body out of here." "Yes, I do," said Zoe from the top of the stairs. The men looked up. She stood motionless with one hand on either side of the doorway, a little higher than her shoulders. One knee was flexed, the other straight. Her face was in shadow. She seemed to fill the doorway, although Allberg knew this was a trick of perspective. He waited anxiously for her to speak again. He wanted to move, to say something to encourage her, but he was transfixed. "Well," said the doctor. He nudged Allberg. "I can certainly understand that, ma'am, and you can be assured that I'm going to get this matter dealt with just as quickly as I can." He nudged Allberg again. "Get up there, Staff Sergeant, and keep the lady amused." At the top of the stairs, Zoe laughed. Ramona had looked around her on Thursday afternoon and seen the plants, and known that, left alone for 3 weeks, some of them were going to die. She knew then that Marcia must have left her key with someone who'd agreed to come in and water them. That somebody was bound to be Marcia's mother, Reba McLean. Ramona figured that was how the policeman had gotten in. He'd borrowed the key from Reba McLean. So she could expect Reba to come clattering up to the door any old time now, driving that beat-up white Beetle she tootled around in. Ramona knew she couldn't be here when that happened. Reba knew the house too well. She'd spot the slightest thing that looked different, out of place. And she'd poke around, too, making herself right at home, maybe even peering into the back of the closet. Ramona tried and tried that night and during the next day to think of where she might go. She was very worried, very anxious. And she didn't like to admit it to herself, but there wasn't any point in trying to deny it. Sometime Friday afternoon she lost some more time. When she came to, she was huddled in the back of the bedroom closet again. That relieved her mind somewhat, to know that she apparently had the wit, even while witless, to remember that she was in hiding. She'd lost time while she was in the hospital, too, but it hadn't mattered so much there. Now it was Saturday morning. Ramona once more checked the soil in the plant pots. None was completely dried out yet, but most of them were due for a watering, all right. She wondered what Anton would have had to say about her predicament, and that brought a smile to her face, which made her feel a little better. She sat down at the rickety kitchen table with a pencil and a pad of lined yellow paper, and she started making lists. First she put down the good things about her situation. Although her mind certainly did meander off somewhere periodically, she thought that when in attendance it was brighter and brisker than it had been for some time. Physically she was feeling a whole lot better than she had any right to feel. But on the other side of the ledger, she had to leave her house, and that was a sorry blow. Today she had to do a reconnaissance, try to find a house farther along the beach that was unlocked and temporarily unoccupied. Another minus, she had to admit it, she was going to get bored and restless eventually. At the moment she was entirely enjoying the freedom to do whatever she wanted, whenever she wanted to do it. But she knew that after a certain number of days, she had no idea how many, her craving for companionship would reassert itself. Would she have to go back to the hospital then? Ramona knew Dr. Gillingham hadn't persuaded her into that place because he wanted her to be miserable. He truly believed that she wasn't capable of looking after herself properly. Maybe not permanently, she thought, but temporarily at least I can do it. Temporarily at least I want to be on my own again. She wrote these things down and studied them. Well, her way was plainly laid out for her. She was going to enjoy every second of her freedom, however long it lasted. She might have to confide in a friend eventually, when she ran out of clothes or of books to read, or got sick of her own company. But she wasn't ready to do that yet. First order of business, locate another burrow, and find another food supply. She pushed her chair away from the table and got up, stiffly. She'd better decide what to take with her. Into the shopping bag she loaded some extra pairs of socks from Robbie's bureau drawer, a pair of Marcia's slacks, a roll of toilet paper, the bottle of gin, the pad of paper on which she'd made her lists, and the pencil. That was about as much as she could comfortably lug around, she figured. While she struggled to get the tweed coat on over her 3 sweaters, she recalled the commotion she'd observed the day before at the Strawn woman's place. Ramona had seen at least one police car head up the driveway, and then an ambulance had arrived. She wondered if the poor woman had been taken ill. She'd just put her hand on the doorknob when she heard a car pull up on the gravel verge of the road in front of the house. She turned swiftly around and grabbed the shopping bag to take it into the closet with her. She heard a car door slam shut. 2 people were coming. She heard them talking. She heard a woman talking to a man, and the man saying, "Uh-huh." Reba. Ramona looked frantically round the house. Then she opened the door and fled through a break in the hedge into the Ferrises' yard, and from there she hightailed it up to the road and eventually down again onto the beach. She lurched furtively along the beach, feeling like that convict, she couldn't remember his name, feeling like that convict in Great Expectations. She'd forgotten to bring the toque she'd been using. She'd forgotten her gloves, too, and her scarf. Ramona stumbled along the sand, dazed and anxious, clutching her shopping bag. Chapter 22. Zoe didn't want to move. She was vehement about this, but in the end she had no choice. She put up an awful fuss. She cried and screamed and banged her heels. She knew she was behaving like an infant, but she didn't know what else to do. She was horrified, full of dread. She could not believe that it was actually going to happen. Her parents were upset and worried by her conduct, but they didn't even consider changing their minds. When she realized that no matter what she did, it wasn't even going to occur to them not to do this awful thing, she stopped crying and screaming and banging her heels. She was sullen and resentful for a long time. They kept trying to coax her out of it. For months before the move, they talked to her enthusiastically about their new house, which was in West Vancouver, next to the ocean. They even drove her there, but she stayed in the car, staring out the window at the street. She wouldn't even look at the new house. She had nightmares about dying, about having no breath, about people coming after her brandishing knives. Her father drew careful diagrams of the rooms in the new house and asked her opinion about what furniture should go where, but Zoe refused to participate. Her father said she was to get first choice among the bedrooms. In the old house, Benjamin had had first choice, because he'd been born first, but Zoe didn't care which bedroom she got. Her father said he'd take her to the 2 high schools that served the area where they were going to live, so that she could decide which she liked better. But Zoe wouldn't go with him. Sometimes she made an effort to imagine living in a different house, but she was alarmed at the way that felt. It made her have more nightmares. She was furious not to be able to make up her own mind about such an important thing as where she was to live. The months passed, and eventually the school year was over, and it was time to move. At first, Zoe refused to pack her own belongings, but her mother got sharp with her and said that unless she did it herself, Benjamin would be dispatched to do it for her. So she packed up the things in her bedroom while Benjamin watched her, snickering from the hallway, until Zoe finally slammed the door on him. On the day of the move, Zoe left the house early in the morning and stayed away all day. When she returned, the movers had come and gone. Benjamin and her parents were eating sandwiches at the picnic table in the backyard. The new house didn't have a backyard, so they were leaving the picnic table behind. Her father pushed the plate of sandwiches across the table to Zoe. "I'm not hungry," she said. Her father rubbed the side of his head. He had quite a lot of gray in his hair now. "Okay," he said quietly, "then let's go." And they got in the car and drove to West Vancouver, about 50 miles away. They stayed in a hotel that night. The next morning they met the movers at the new house. Late that day they discovered that 3 boxes were missing, 2 boxes of Zoe's parents' books and 1 box of Zoe's things. Her father asked her to make a list of what she thought was in it, for insurance or something, but Zoe didn't know what was in it. She'd just tossed things in until a box was full, closed it, taped it, opened another box, tossed things in until it was full, and on and on. She left most of her unpacking for weeks and weeks, until the end of the summer approached, and Benjamin got back from working at the Great North Mine, and Zoe had to get ready to go to a new school. When everything was finally hauled out of boxes and put away, she realized that some of her old scribblers had been in the box of stuff that got lost. It was time she got rid of them anyway, she thought, and she tore up the rest of them and burned them in the fireplace. Chapter 23. On Saturday morning in Allberg's office, Sokolovsky reported gloomily, "Her kids are on the phone to me half a dozen times a day." Why aren't they here helping us look for her? That's what I'd like to know, said Isabella. She was leaning against the wall with her arms crossed. The son, Horatio, or whatever his name is, the sergeant began thumbing through his notebook. Horace, said Isabella. Yeah, Horace. He wants to know, how long does she have to be missing before she's legally dead? Christ, said Allberg. Yeah. Sokolovsky turned to Isabella. She's Spanish, right? Who? Ramona? Spanish? Yeah, Ramona. That's a Spanish name. Isabella was shaking her head. She's not Spanish. Yeah? Sokolovsky looked exceedingly disappointed. You sure? She's not Spanish. So we've got nothing but dead ends, right? Said Allberg. Right, Staff. It wasn't her on the bus to Powell River. It wasn't her hitchhiking out by Porpoise Bay. It wasn't her on the ferry. She hasn't showed up at the liquor store. She's disappeared into thin air. He uttered the phrase as though it were newly minted. I think— Can I tell you what I think? Said Isabella to Allberg. Go ahead. I think you should have another look in her house. She isn't there, Isabella, said Sokolovsky, I assure you. Maybe she was hiding under the bed. Oh, sure. A 75-year-old lady, she's going to hide herself underneath a bed. Maybe not under the bed, okay, said Isabella. But if she was there in the house, she sure wouldn't want you to find her, so she'd be hiding all right. Today Isabella was wearing, over a white shirt and a brown T-shirt, a brown and white sweater that looked to Allberg vaguely Icelandic in design. He wondered if she'd knitted it herself. It was awfully big, but Isabella liked her sweaters big. You could go take another look, Sid, he said. It wouldn't hurt. Yeah, said Sokolovsky reluctantly. She can't get at any money, the lawyer says, said Allberg, so how's she eating? She might be staying with someone, said Isabella hopefully. You know, a friend? Allberg gazed at her. If she'd gone to you, Isabella, and said she didn't want anybody to know where she was, would you have taken her in and looked after her and kept it a secret? I couldn't have, said Isabella sorrowfully. Not with my hubby and my Jimmy around. If you were on your own, though. Isabella tilted her head and looked thoughtfully toward the ceiling. I would have, she said after a minute. Great, said Sokolovsky. Terrific. He lumbered out of the chair. I'll phone Reba McLean. He sighed. I hate this kind of thing. She's going to turn up, said Isabella firmly. Sokolovsky left the room, shaking his head. So tell me, said Isabella to Allberg, is she as dishy as they say? Who? Said Allberg, pretending to glance at his watch. The Strawn woman, whose brother got drunk and fell down her basement stairs, thereby killing himself. You seem to know an awful lot about it, said Allberg, nettled. Sanducci told me. He's going around looking like somebody hit him on the head with a hammer. So tell me, she said. She's a real knockout, eh? Sanducci. Christ, she's old enough to be his mother. Isabella frowned, uncertain. His aunt, then. Haven't you got things to do? I knew it, said Isabella with satisfaction. Somebody told me she used to be an actress. I've got to be out of here in less than an hour, said Allberg. Go away. Or maybe it was a model. Isabella, beat it. Probably no truth to it, though. People can be gorgeous, after all, and not be models. What do you think she does for a living? Allberg got up and held open his office door. Goodbye, Isabella. His phone rang. It was Alex Gillingham. Alex, so what's the word? Pain, said Gillingham, and broke into a cackle. Alex Gillingham was always in a state of injury. The knee that had been bothering him at Zoe Strachan's house was just the most recent in a continuous stream of complaints, some more serious than others. He had become addicted to sport. Sometimes he limped with a wonky ankle, sometimes his shoulder bothered him, and sometimes his distress was more generalized. "Ah, the old bones hurt," he would confide to Allberg. "Been overdoing it again, I guess." He'd say this with satisfaction. His aim, apparently, was to relentlessly batter his body into a dazed insensitivity to pain, and therefore, maybe, to disease as well. "Strachan," said Allberg patiently. "What's the word on Benjamin Strachan?" "Died of a broken neck. Bet you didn't even need me to tell you that, did you? But I'm not done with him yet. There's a couple of things that are kind of funny." "Oh, yeah? Funny how?" Gillingham had been on call to the RCMP for about a year. Sometimes he feigned exasperation about being called away from whatever he was doing to attend the scene of a death, but Allberg knew this for the sham it was. The doctor hardly ever left the peninsula because he was afraid he might miss something. Allberg was convinced that if Gillingham were dealing with a patient in extremis and suddenly got summoned by the RCMP, the patient would be shit out of luck. "And make it quick," the staff sergeant added. "I've got a plane to catch." "He's got a crack on the back of his head." "Yeah, well, he fell down the stairs, didn't he? I'm not surprised he hit his head." Not the right kind of wound, though." 2 winters ago, Gillingham had taken up skiing. The following summer, windsurfing. And now it was hiking, except that he called it mountain climbing. He had no patience for things like tennis, racquetball, or squash. They were competitive and therefore largely intellectual pursuits, he maintained. He preferred, as he put it, to pit myself against nature herself. But he hurled himself against her with such ardor, attacked her with such force, that Allberg thought it no wonder that nature perceived him as berserk and routinely punished him. He had not been like this when Allberg first met him, only for the last 2 years or so, since he'd left his wife. He was the only man Allberg knew who left his marriage not for another woman, but for an apocalyptic but fundamentally unsatisfying affair with Mother Nature. "What do you mean," said Allberg, "it's not the right kind of wound?" "Just what I said. And there's a big geezly bruise on his stomach, too." "What are you trying to tell me?" "I don't know, Karl. Maybe nothing. But it feels kind of weird. You know what I mean?" "Alex," said Allberg wearily, "the man fell down a flight of stairs, broke his neck, and died. Sign the form, will you?" "Granted he went down the stairs," said Gillingham, "and granted his neck broke, and granted he died. But there's this crack on the head, too, and this bruise on the stomach, all conspiring to puzzle me some." Allberg realized he was feeling cold and anxious, and he wondered if he was getting the flu. "I'm going to miss my plane," he muttered, "if I'm not careful." "I can't say that he fell down those stairs," said Gillingham. "How the hell do I know that he fell? I wasn't there. Were you?" "It's fair to make an assumption here, for God's sake," Allberg shouted into the phone. "The man is lying on a concrete floor at the bottom of the damn stairs, and he's got a broken neck. It's fair to assume, Alex, that the trip down the stairs is what caused the broken neck. Why do you have a problem with that? What the hell is your problem, anyway?" He was astonished by his anger. "Maybe he didn't fall," said Gillingham quietly. "That's my problem, in a nutshell." Allberg suddenly remembered the keys. Zoe Strachan had wanted her brother's car removed from her driveway. Allberg offered to have it taken to the detachment parking lot, but he hadn't been able to find any keys on Benjamin Strachan's body. It turned out that Zoe had them. She had explained that, of course. "I took them away from him," she said, detaching the car keys from her brother's keyring. "I didn't want him to even think about driving when he was drunk." She handed the car keys to Allberg, smiling, and put the keyring back in her purse. "Do your job, Alex," said Allberg quietly. "Sign the damn form." He hung up. Allberg sat still at his desk, thinking. She aroused in him a thrill of dread that he couldn't explain, and had no wish to investigate. There was no reason she shouldn't have had Benjamin Strawn's keys. It was the wine bottle on the kitchen counter that suddenly bothered him. Chapter 24. By the time Allberg and Gillingham had departed and Benjamin's body had been removed, the last ferry had left Langdale for Horseshoe Bay, so Zoe had to wait until Saturday morning to set out for West Vancouver. In the cafeteria she recognized several faces, a woman who worked as a checkout cashier at the Super Value, another who performed the same function at London Drugs, the man who owned the hardware store. She didn't notice Karl Allberg. Allberg was on the ship-to-shore phone when he saw her. He was talking with Cassandra. He saw Zoe Strachan, and the words in his mouth dissolved. "Karl? Karl?" said Cassandra. Zoe was sitting by the window, sipping every so often from a styrofoam cup. She found the view unutterably depressing. Gray skies and sullen seas didn't usually bother her, but on this gloomy morning she found herself wishing for sunshine. The mainland seemed to loom threateningly against the horizon. The channel they were crossing felt to Zoe in a state of disorder. Lumpy islands strewn sloppily about, no rhyme or reason to their disposition among the waters of Howe Sound. She could easily believe that they habitually changed their positions just to be perverse. Allberg couldn't imagine her pitching her brother down the stairs. "Karl, are you there or not?" said Cassandra. "Yeah, sorry, I'm here. Listen, I've got to go. I'll be back late Monday. I'll call you then. Say hi to your mother for me." He hung up and strolled casually over to the rack of tourism pamphlets near the entrance to the stairway that led down to the car decks. He wondered where she was going and why. It must have something to do with making funeral arrangements. Maybe she was going to her brother's place of work, he thought, to break the news of his death in person. But then he remembered it was Saturday, and besides, she'd said she didn't know where he worked. Her black hair swung toward her face as she bent to take a sip of coffee. She looked up suddenly, and Allberg thought she had spotted him. It was ludicrous. He felt like a bloody idiot. But when she turned her face toward him, his heart started to pound. Then she looked away, out the window again. Zoe watched various craft stitch their way across the water, a small tug towing a log boom, a fishing boat heading into shore, a sailboat motoring with sails furled. They were close to Horseshoe Bay now. Another ferry passed on its way to Nanaimo, and the Bowen Island ferry, too, much smaller. It looked as if it was chewing its way through the water, small and ferocious, spewing foam from the sides of its mouth. Allberg, ostensibly engrossed in some literature about butchered gardens, studied her intently. Surveillance, he told himself, but he didn't feel like a police officer. He felt like a voyeur. Zoe was cautiously congratulating herself. She thought she had handled things rather well under the circumstances. She had forgotten about the damned wine bottle sitting on the hall floor, but had managed to move it into the kitchen without the corporal noticing. And the other one, the staff sergeant, had been perfectly willing to accept that she had separated Benjamin from his keys because he'd been drunk. Zoe just wanted to get on with it, to find the damn scribblers, burn them, and settle back into her life. They weren't in his car, which meant they had to be in the house or in his office or in a safe deposit box in a bank somewhere. But the house, she thought, the house was the most likely place. She looked up again, toward the bow, toward Allberg. Jesus, he muttered under his breath. Her skin, her hair, her eyes. He watched her stand up and sling her big leather bag over her shoulder, moving in jeans and boots and denim jacket with grace and sensuality. And then he looked again into her face. With a terrible coldness gathering in the center of him, he identified what made Zoe Strachan extraordinary. It was not the way she looked. It was not haughtiness or remoteness or unattentiveness. It was not the presence of anything. It was an absence. Something was missing from Zoe Strachan. He was extremely reluctant to consider what it might be. Chapter 25. Ramona clambered up the incline onto the Strachan woman's property, hauling her shopping bag, and leaned once more upon the massive Douglas fir to catch her breath and plan her strategy. Yes, she was certain of it. There was only one explanation for that ambulance showing up. The poor woman must have been taken ill. Maybe it was appendicitis, and they'd whisked her off to the hospital. And she lived alone. The whole town knew that. Therefore, her house would be vacant. This was so clear to Ramona that she had begun to think she actually recalled having a telephone conversation with Dr. Gillingham about it. The Strachan woman is worried about leaving her house empty, he might have said, and I've told her that you're looking for a place to stay temporarily. How would you feel about house-sitting for her? Ramona, resting against the fir tree, imagined herself as a professional house-sitter, moving from one place to another, tending people's homes in exchange for food and lodging. Cautiously she moved from the shelter of the trees onto the driveway and headed toward the house. She was very nervous as she crept along. It was possible that she was wrong. The Strachan woman might be perfectly healthy and inhabiting her house as usual. If that was the case, she was apt to appear right in front of Ramona at any second, out for another jog, or ready to drive into town for groceries or whatever. Well, if that happened, Ramona would pretend to be lost, that's all. She shifted the shopping bag from her right hand to her left and pushed her hair away from her forehead. Her hair was a mess, far too long and sloppy-looking, with the perm clinging just to the ends of it. She knew she looked to sight. She had been scrupulous about rinsing out her underwear and her knee-highs every night, so what she wore next to her skin was always clean, but her dress was grimy, and her socks and the sweaters she'd borrowed from Marcia, they were all badly in need of a wash. The shopping bag was getting heavy. She crunched reluctantly along the gravel, wishing that the sun were shining. It wasn't the friendliest place around, this promontory, sticking out into the sea like a great rude thumb. She could do with a bit of bright sunshine to perk up her spirits, give her some courage. The ocean was doing a lot of crashing around out behind the house. There would be rocks there, then, instead of sand. Ramona ambled along more and more slowly, but she was only putting off the inevitable. Unless she started walking backward, she was going to get there, sooner or later. And then there she was, standing right beside the house, looking at the door. The ocean was making a whole lot of noise, and the arbutus trees that were clustered around the house scrabbled at the roof like fingernails against a blackboard. As she lifted her hand, she had a sense that she hadn't thought this through. She wasn't altogether sure what she was doing there. Why was she feeling so nervous? But she rang the bell. Who lived here, anyway, thought Ramona, her heart starting to pound. Nobody, or else they were out. The Strachan woman, that's who lived here. In a rush, clarity returned. "Thank you, God," thought Ramona. But she kept on being frightened, feeling threatened. "I'll pretend to be lost," she thought, "if she comes to the door. There's absolutely nothing to be nervous about, nothing at all," she told herself. But her heart was going a mile a minute, which she knew wasn't good for it, and there was a shaking in her knees that was making it harder and harder for her to stand up. She realized that nobody was responding to the bell. With somewhat more boldness, she rang it again, and again. Nobody home, definitely. Hopefully, she tried the door, but it was locked. She decided to go round the house and see if she could get in through a window. But first, she had a look in the garage, and the garage was empty. Ramona realized there was no point in trying to get into the house, because if the Strachan woman was out somewhere in her car, then she certainly wasn't laid up in the hospital, and she was liable to come driving up her driveway here any minute now. Ramona scurried away from the house, the shopping bag banging against her ankle. She was about halfway to the road when she heard the sound of whistling and saw a figure turn into the driveway. She straightway flung herself into the brush and hid behind a tree, and watched as Sandy McAllister traipsed past, his mailbag slung over his shoulder. She had to clamp her hand over her mouth to prevent herself from calling out to him. She'd been on his route when she lived in her house, and he'd often had coffee with her on cold winter mornings. She watched while he delivered the mail, passed her again, and disappeared around the corner where the driveway met the road. Ramona, hiding in the woods, considered her situation. Things weren't going well any more. She didn't feel good in her body, and she was uncertain, depressed. Her mind felt all cobwebby. Maybe she ought to call Isabella, or Rosie, or even Dr. Gillingham. This was a bleak prospect, but comforting, too. People would look after her, wash her clothes, arrange for her to get a perm, talk to her, and put her back in the hospital. Ramona realized she was looking directly at what appeared to be a tiny house. It was tucked among the trees about 30 feet in from the driveway on the opposite side. There was a small window to the right of the door, but the curtains were drawn. It had a forlorn, abandoned look. She almost hadn't seen it, it was so hidden by trees and brush. Ramona hobbled across the driveway. She tried the door, but it was locked. She began to be annoyed with that Strachan woman. Where did she think she was living, anyway? New York City? All her damn doors locked. Ramona made her way round the little house, which was encircled by a well-worn path, and at the back was another door. This one had a window in the top half of it, and the window was broken. Shreds of bark stuck to the broken glass, and a tree branch sprawled beneath it on the porch. Ramona looked up into the thick, dense branches of a cedar tree. It was making soft, whispering sounds. She put down the shopping bag. Carefully she reached through the window and down, and fumbled around until she found the doorknob, which turned easily, and the little lock thing in the middle popped right out. There was a chain lock, too, so she had to slide the bolt out, and she did that, and then the door was open. Ramona stepped back, amazed. She felt positively merry all of a sudden. God's in his heaven, Ramona chortled to herself. All's right with the world. Then she picked up the shopping bag and went through the door and into Zoe Strachan's cottage. Chapter 26. In West Vancouver, Zoe parked her car in a small paved lot that served 3 or 4 houses located below the road. She noticed that a fence had been erected, but it wasn't a tall one. She could have toppled him over it all right. She took hold of the top railing and looked down. The cliff was about 50 feet high, The house was built halfway down, wedged into sheer rock. There was a steep flight of steps down to the front door, and another, which couldn't be seen from the road, that led from the back of the house all the way down to a rocky beach. Zoe's father had kept a small boat there for puttering about in. Benjamin used to like to go fishing in it. There was also an elevator, installed after Zoe left home. It was a cage with a locked door. She got Benjamin's key ring from her purse and found the key that fit. The elevator delivered her slowly, smoothly, but noisily to the house. She got out, closed the cage door, and found the house keys. She unlocked the door and stepped inside. There was a strange hush upon the place. Zoe stood still and listened intently to the silence, which was like sudden silence after clamor. It had an echo affixed to it. She was in a wide foyer, bathed in filtered light from a translucent skylight and panels of stained glass on either side of the front door. It looked different from when she had lived in the house. Eventually she remembered that the floor had been made of oak and kept highly polished, with a few small rugs scattered about in deference to wet shoes. Now there was tile beneath her feet, in a Mediterranean pattern of some kind. Zoe wondered with distaste if the whole house had been redone in ersatz Spanish. She moved from the foyer toward the living room, and stopped in the hallway, frowning. She heard nothing, but she fancied that she felt something, a current of something, somewhere in the house. She shook her head impatiently. This was no time to start imagining things. In the living room she was astonished to find no furniture at all, just bunches of huge pillows in various brilliant colors stacked here and there. The floor in this room was still oak, but it was scratched and dull. She crossed to the windows that looked out and down towards the beach, hidden from view by an outcrop of rock. At the sides of the house, arbutus trees clung to the cliffside, their branches brushing the roof. Zoe threw open the windows and heard the muffled soughing of the sea and the idle scribbling of the arbutus branches against shingles, the same sound she heard at home, but different. She didn't want to be in this house. She wanted to be back in her own living room, looking out upon her own austere patio. She pulled the windows closed and locked them. Where on earth can the furniture be, she wondered, staring at the bare floor. Bare floors, bare walls? She decided that Benjamin must have stripped the place, sold everything. Now she did hear something. A soft, shuffling sound. She was certain of it. She tried to think what could possibly have caused it. Perhaps Benjamin owned some kind of pet, a dog or a cat. She listened hard, concentrating, hardly breathing. Nothing. Perhaps it was only the sound of the sea, made more distant now that she'd closed the window. She moved as silently as possible from the living room, trying to prevent her boots from clicking on the wooden floor. At the end of the hall she found the master bedroom, once occupied by her parents. Beneath a pair of uncurtained corner windows that looked through arbutus branches at the sky was a huge bathtub. Astonished, Zoe gazed at it, remembering the small desk that used to be tucked into that corner. Her mother had sat there to do the household accounts. The bathtub was enormous, with a wide ledge. There were jets installed inside it. The bedroom floor was carpeted, except for a tiled area around the tub, and there was a tacky white wicker shelf unit stacked with towels leaning against the wall. The bed was immense, at least king-sized, and unmade, the bedspread tossed to the floor, the sheets, the quilt, and 4 outsized pillows rumpled. Zoe crinkled her nose and sniffed the air. She wondered how long it had been since the sheets were changed. She wondered what Benjamin had done about sex when he no longer had a wife handy. She tried to imagine him prowling the bars, making his mind up, taking his pick. She tried to imagine him anonymous and predatory, but she couldn't. It was preposterous. She laughed, thinking about this, and heard a scurrying sound from the hall. She strode to the door and looked out, but saw nothing. Everything was quiet. "Here, kitty, kitty, kitty," she said irritably. Zoe loathed cats. They made her skin crawl. "Here, kitty, kitty, kitty," but no cat appeared. Zoe heard nothing more. She stood there indecisively. The house was making her uneasy. She was positively rattled. She didn't care for this at all. Cautiously she pushed open the door to the room next to the master bedroom, the room that had once been hers. From the hallway she peered inside. Benjamin had obviously been using it as an office. She looked in at filing cabinets and bookcases and a large desk, and she was absolutely certain that somewhere in this room he had hidden the scribblers. She had just stepped into the room when she heard a noise so indisputably real that the hair stood up on the back of her neck. She whirled around, heart pounding. "My God," said Zoe, "who are you?" He was sitting on the floor, his back against the wall. His eyes were wild, and his knees were drawn up, and his small hands in fists were pressed against his mouth. "I said, who are you?" said Zoe loudly. His clothes were a mess. He'd been crying. His face was filthy. "What are you doing here, you wretched little trespasser?" said Zoe. He scuttled along the floor like a crab toward the door. "Oh, no, you don't, young man," said Zoe, and reached out to slam the door shut. "You aren't going anywhere until you tell me what you're doing in this house." "I live here," cried the boy. Chapter 27. Allberg rented a car at the Calgary airport. Maura had said she would pick him up and squire him around, but he wanted none of that. He needed to have his own transportation. Diana had made reservations for him at a motel near the campus, and Janey had written him a letter with meticulous directions as to how to get there. It was a frigid, sullen day, he noticed, making his way along 16th Avenue. The sky looked as though it were made of cast iron, and there was a wind cold enough to freeze the balls off a brass monkey. In his motel room he found everything he wanted: a queen-sized bed, a big television set, and a bathroom with a tub and a shower. He put down the bag and checked out the TV. Not perfect, but it would do. He left it on and had just stretched out on the bed, hands behind his head, when the phone rang. "Pops, you're there," said Diana. "Why didn't you call?" "I just got here," he protested. "I practically just walked in the door." "Well, is it okay, the place?" "Oh, yeah, it's fine," he said, turning off the television set with the remote control device. "Perfect. Everything I need." "Good. Listen, the three of us are spending tomorrow together, right? You, me, and Janey." "Right," said Allberg, smiling. "So we thought that tonight maybe we could all of us go out for dinner. We figured to get as many free meals out of you as possible while you're here." "Sounds good to me," he said. "But I'd better call your mom first, just to say hello. How about if I pick you up in an hour? Give me directions," he said, switching the phone to his left hand so he could fumble in his jacket pocket for pen and paper. "And then we'll go get Janey. I better call her, too." "Pop, stop making decisions. Listen." "Yeah, what?" "I'm calling from Grandma and Grandpa's place. Janey's here, too. So is Mom. I meant, how about if we all go out for dinner?" "You mean your mom, too?" "And Grandma and Grandpa, everybody. Please?" "Shit." "Pop." "Yeah, shit, okay." "Thanks, Pop, I love you. Yeah, I know it. He hung up the phone and stared at his suitcase. He'd brought one good jacket and one good pair of pants. They were for Monday. And some cords and a polo shirt. They were for tomorrow. What the hell was he going to wear tonight? He unzipped the case and hauled out his good clothes and hung them up. There were a few creases, but he thought they'd probably disappear overnight. He also hung up the polo shirt and the cords and put his good shoes on the floor of the closet. He put his shaving kit in the bathroom and a paperback copy of Tom Wolfe's The Bonfire of the Vanities on one of the bedside tables. The presents he'd brought for his daughters went on top of the desk. He left his clean underwear and socks in the suitcase and set it on one of the room's 2 chairs. He looked at his watch and placed a call to Seashell. "Just checking in," he said to Sid Sokolovsky. "You've only been gone about 4 hours, Staff." "Yeah, well, I wondered if Gillingham sent over his report yet, on the Strawn guy's death." "Not yet. I gotta tell you, though, now I'm talking to you, Isabella was right." "About what?" "I go back to the old lady's house where she used to live. I go back there with Reba McLean, and Reba looks around, lets out a squeak, says, 'Somebody's been there.'" Allberg sat down on the edge of the bed. "Yeah? How'd she know?" "Stuff moved around. A chair belongs in the bedroom. It's in the living room now. And listen, I know it for a fact. The damn chair was in the bedroom the first time I checked the place out." Allberg grinned. "So maybe she was hiding under the bed." Sokolovsky made no response. "Just kidding, Sid. Probably she hadn't got there yet." "That's the way I figure it anyway," said the sergeant. "She likely sneaked in there later in the day. Must have had a key." "You went through the place pretty thoroughly, I guess," said Allberg, still grinning. "Today, I mean." "Yeah, she wasn't there. But I borrowed Reba's key and gave it to Sanducci. He's going to check the place during his shift." "Good. Another thing, I talked to the neighbors again. They didn't see her, didn't hear anything. But the old couple with the dog, they figure they had a break-in. Didn't report it because the stuff that went missing, it was food, plus a bottle of gin." Allberg laughed. "Yeah," said Sokolovsky. "I'm kind of glad she picked herself up some gin." It was 6 o'clock when Allberg left the motel. There was a cold wind blowing, and he shivered as he hurried to his rented car. He was getting soft in his old age, too accustomed to the balmy winters of the Sunshine Coast. On his way to the house of his former in-laws, it occurred to him that he should be bringing some kind of token gift, flowers or chocolates or something. Probably he should have something for Maura, too. Somebody had probably written a book about it. More than one somebody, probably, and he'd bet his bottom dollar that they were all female, all these people who had written books about the etiquette of divorce, which he'd never seen, never even looked for in the bookstore or in Cassandra's library. He'd ask her when he got back, "Got any books about forming altered but still meaningful relationships with your ex-in-laws?" He wondered where Zoe Strachan was at that moment, dressed in jeans and boots and a denim jacket. He thought that in summer she probably wore sunglasses a lot. Were there men in her life? Had there ever been a husband in her life? There was no sign of one now. Maybe she was divorced, like him. Allberg no longer found it painful to see his ex-wife. In fact, he looked forward to it. Their meetings created confusion in him, but it was a shy kind of confusion, not unpleasant, and there was this strong familiarity, too, and a strangeness at the same time, and the mixture of the familiarity and the strangeness always made him tense and excited, as though anything could happen. He came across a small shopping mall and discovered a flower shop there that was still open. He chose something called a gloxinia for the old folks, and decided he had to get out of the shop then because the fragrances in there were suffocating him. He'd get Mora candy, he thought. But then he wondered if she might be on a diet. Mora was naturally thin, and he'd never known her to go on a diet before, but everybody seemed to be doing it, so maybe she was, too. He stood there, holding the damned gloxinia, looking worriedly at an African violet, and wondered what to do. He thought about buying her a kite. He saw her standing on top of a hill, the wind blowing her skirt and her hair, and she was holding on to the kite he'd given her. It was sailing high in the sky above her, and she was laughing. He stood there, holding the gloxinia and looking at an African violet, and tried to remember how it was that he'd gotten to be divorced. The door opened before he got a chance to ring the bell, and there were his daughters, both of them. As soon as he saw them, he felt a terrible pain in his heart that he guessed must be joy, because he certainly didn't feel sad, seeing them standing there. They were smiling and holding out their arms, and then they were hugging him. He felt their hair against his cheeks. They smelled sweet and young. He closed his eyes and let them hold him. He thought he would have been content to stand there forever, seeing nothing, protected by the encircling arms of his daughters. He realized that beneath his closed lids his eyes were watering. He blinked several times, then, "Shit, who cares?" he thought, and looked at them defiantly. Diana and Janey. So he was their hostage. So what, he thought, and then he saw that they were crying too. "Oh, dear, look at us," said Diana. "My God, Janey, he's brought plants. Are they for us?" "He knows we'd kill them," said Janey. "They must be for Mom." She gave him a tender, approving smile. "One of them is for your Mom," said Allberg. "This one," he said, holding out the violet. "The other one's for your grandmother." "Nothing for us," said Diana resignedly, and took the plants from him. Janey took Allberg by the arm and led him inside. "Mom," she caroled, "Dad's here," and she gave him a sideways smile that he couldn't decipher. Mora appeared at the end of the hall. She was instantly familiar to him. This happened every time he saw her, and he was always surprised. Even when something about her had changed, the way she dressed, the way she wore her hair, something about her makeup, he noted this, and in the same instant felt an intimacy with her that he had never known with anyone else. Seeing her made him smile, and caused his bones to ache, all at the same time. "Hi," he said. "Hi, Karl. Come on in. Do you want some coffee?" She led the way into the kitchen. Behind him his daughters danced and shuffled. His mother-in-law sat at the kitchen table, cradling a mug of coffee between her hands. There was a magazine open on the table in front of her, and she was wearing her reading glasses. She didn't take them off, so he knew she didn't intend to stand up and give him a hug. He bent to kiss her cheek, murmuring hello, and she said, "Hello, Karl," in that limpid, melodious voice he liked so much. Her face was wrinkled and leathery. She had always loved the sun. Allberg backed away from her and sat down. "How have you been, Peggy?" "I've been reasonably well, Karl. And you?" "Oh, thriving," he said, looking up at Diana and Janey. "Thriving." "Well, you know, maybe not thriving." "Look, Grandma," said Diana, setting the gloxinia on the table. "Dad brought it. And, Mom, this one's for you," she said, offering the violet. They each said thank you, and Allberg said it was nothing. "It's really very good to see you, Karl," said Mora, smiling at him, and Allberg smiled back, cleared his throat, stammered something, and thought suddenly, inexplicably, of Zoe Strachan appearing backlit at the top of her basement stairs. Maura was wearing a gray sweater and a red and gray plaid skirt and shoes with high heels. So, of course, she'd be wearing pantyhose, too. Or stockings. He acknowledged that it was possible she might be wearing stockings. But never, he thought, gazing at her fondly, surely never a black garter belt. Then Maura's father came into the kitchen. Allberg stood up, and they shook hands. "Pop," said Diana, "look at that. Grandpa's smaller around the waist than you are. I thought policemen were supposed to stay fit." "I quit smoking," said Allberg feebly. "Well, that's good," said Arthur Lobb. "That's very good," said Maura. "How long has it been?" 6 months. "Well, look, the worst is over then," said Arthur. "Or so I've heard." "Diana smokes," said Janey. "I wish she wouldn't." "Shut your mouth, sweetheart," said Diana. "I hear you're taking us out for supper," said Arthur. "Yeah," said Allberg heartily. "Where would you like to go?" "I took the liberty," said Maura, "of making reservations." "Ah," said Allberg. "I hope you don't mind." "Oh, no, of course not." He beamed weakly at them all, struggling for equilibrium against a sudden and powerful attack of déjà vu. Chapter 28. There was a bidet in the bathroom. Ramona hadn't seen a bidet since she and Anton took their only trip to Europe back in 1956. She stood in the bathroom and stared at it, and decided that every time she felt a bit fuzzy about where she was and what she was doing, she'd go have a look at that bidet, which was bound to snap her back into reality. The bidet wasn't the only funny thing in the place either. Not on your life. "Dear family," she wrote in pencil on the lined paper she'd brought from Marcia and Robbie's house. "Dear family, I'm staying in a lovely little cottage just outside Seashell. It's surrounded by trees that make nice, soft, swishing sounds. There are a lot of birds, too, starlings and sparrows, robins and blue jays." She was sitting in the tiny kitchen at a table that was round, made of wood, painted white, and had 2 sturdy matching chairs. The curtains were closed. Ramona had found a box of tacks in a drawer and covered the broken window with a piece of cardboard. "It's very cozy here," she wrote, "although I must admit it's an odd sort of place." The cottage consisted of the kitchen, the bathroom, a living room, and a bedroom. "They keep the television set in the bedroom," Ramona wrote to her brothers and sisters, "and they have a video machine, too, and a big collection of movies." Almost the first thing she'd done after she moved in was put in a movie and turn it on. She watched for a minute or two, then sank onto the bed, her eyes wide and her mouth hanging open. She'd heard about movies like that, of course. Now she'd seen 25 of them. "I am house-sitting here," she wrote, "and the owners have provided all the food and household supplies I need." In the cupboards, Ramona had found jars of macadamia nuts, tins of smoked oysters, boxes of English crackers, cans of peaches. In the fridge, several brands of imported beer and many bottles of mineral water. In a cabinet in the living room, just about every kind of liquor and liqueur imaginable, plus a few bottles of wine. Under the sink in the bathroom, she had been relieved to discover 3 4-roll packages of toilet paper and several boxes of Kleenex. "House-sitting is a very easy and pleasant job," Ramona told her family. "I wish I'd thought to do it years ago." There was a film of dust over everything when she arrived. The cottage obviously hadn't been inhabited for months. Ramona had given it a thorough going over, but she hadn't used the vacuum cleaner she found in the closet because of the noise. "It's very interesting staying in other people's houses," she wrote. "What with the television and the VCR and all the books they've got here, I have a great deal to entertain me." Every single book in the bookcase, which was in the living room next to the Franklin stove, was about sex. One or two of them she recognized. She was amazed that some of them had been allowed to get printed. "It's an extremely comfortable little house," she told her sisters and brothers. "I think that everything in it must have cost quite a lot of money." She couldn't make a fire in the Franklin stove, of course, but luckily there was a space heater in the bedroom. The brass bed was huge. When she got into it at night, Ramona felt like an island adrift in a sea of bedding. She was certainly snug and warm, though, as she sat there, sipping gin and watching television. In the bedside table she'd found something she finally decided must be she wasn't sure exactly what it was called, but she thought she knew what it was for, by the shape of it. "I'm writing so that you won't worry about me," she told her brothers and sisters. "Maybe Horace or Martha called one of you and told you I left the hospital. Well, this note is just to let you know that I'm just fine and enjoying myself a lot." In the bedroom she'd also found ladies' underwear made of black lace, which was fine if you liked that sort of thing. But these pieces of underwear had great chunks missing from them, so that parts of the body could stick right out of them. "I'll say good-bye now, and I'll drop you another line when I know where I'll be going next." And most peculiar of all the peculiar things in this peculiar little house were the pieces of rope, soft rope, but rope just the same, that were tied onto the posts at the four corners of the bed. Ramona had stood in the bedroom and looked at those pieces of rope and thought, frowning, chewing delicately on the inside of her lower lip. She considered untying them, getting rid of them, but she decided to leave them there. She folded her letter carefully and put it in the pocket of her dress, ready to be mailed just as soon as she came across an envelope and a stamp. She stood up and opened the cupboard, looking for something to have for dinner. And then she heard a car. Ramona hurried into the living room and pulled back the curtain just a smidgen. She watched as the sound of the engine got louder, and then she saw the Strachan woman's car pass slowly along the driveway, heading for the house. And it was 30 feet away, and there were tree branches to peer between. But she was almost positive that in the seat next to the Strachan woman, who lived in that house all by herself, was a child. Chapter 29. Allberg woke halfway through the night, feeling in the palms of his hands the shape of Zoe Strachan's ass. He sat up in his bed and took his dream in his mind and looked at it. In his dream they had been emerging from something, a room, a grove of trees. He wasn't sure now from what exactly. He stood behind her. They faced together another person, maybe a group of people. They were emerging from privacy into the public world, but they carried, eloquently, their new intimacy with them. Her hands were clasped in front of her. He stood behind her. His hands rested on her hips, a light embrace, casual, his hands bracketing her waist lightly. And then he saw in the dream and felt his hands flex and trace the curve of her buttocks. It was an intimate caress, and she was accepting of it. And the fact that he did not whisper to her, did not touch her neck, her temple with his lips, the fact that he looked straight ahead at the person or thing or aspect that they both observed, serenely, with almost all of their attention, this was the thing most sexually stirring to Allberg when he awoke. He stroked her ass. She was letting him do it. and he knew that if he turned her around, her eyes would be bright. There would be a smile there for him. Her mouth would open for his tongue. He knew it. He had experienced it in his dream, and he knew in his dream that he would experience it again, the lustful appetite of Zoe Strachan. "Jesus Christ," said Allberg in his bed, shaken. Chapter 30. A potted yellow chrysanthemum sat on the counter of the second-floor nurse's station. It sported a dusty red bow, and a small card with "Thanks" scrawled on it was attached to a metal spike that had been stuck into the soil. "That thing's dying," said Cassandra to the nurse. It was lunchtime on Sunday. Doris Moon looked at it hopefully. "Do you think so?" "Is Mom still in her room?" The nurse nodded. "Won't budge. Not for me, anyway." Cassandra's mother was the only occupant of a 4-bed ward. She lay propped up on 2 pillows, and the bed was slightly raised, too, so that she could look out the window at the lawn sweeping down to a gazebo that in summer was covered with climbing roses. The pathways that swirled lazily across the landscape were empty, glistening in the rain. In fine weather, wheelchairs perambulated, nurses pushed IV stands, the walking wounded tottered from flower bed to flower bed. "I hear they're going to tear that thing down," said Mrs. Mitchell, staring out the window at the gazebo, "and take the gardens out and build an extended care wing out there. Is that true?" She turned her head and saw that it was Cassandra standing there. Her face crumpled, and she began to cry. Cassandra hurried to embrace her. "Mom, what's the matter?" "Nobody told me you were coming," said her mother. "You didn't tell me you were coming now. I thought I'd see if they'd let me have lunch with you." Her mother pulled away and fumbled at the box of tissues on the table beside her bed. "You should have asked me first," she said. "Okay, Mom. May I have lunch with you?" Her mother blew her nose into a handful of tissues. "Maybe we could get them to give it to us in the solarium," said Cassandra. Mrs. Mitchell made a sound of derision. "You call that a solarium?" She dropped the tissues into a metal wastebasket. Cassandra sat in the chair next to her bed. Her mother wasn't wearing her reading glasses, and her face looked exposed and vulnerable. But her skin, though wrinkled, glowed, and her gray hair was soft and shining. "You're looking pretty good," said Cassandra. "When are they letting you out of here?" "Alex is going to let me know today." Cassandra reached out to stroke some hair away from her mother's cheek. Mrs. Mitchell pulled back, lifting a hand as if in self-defense. They looked at each other. Mrs. Mitchell lowered her hand. "When I was little," said Cassandra, "you used to wash my hair in the sink, and then you'd rinse it, and then you'd fill the sink with cold water and add some vinegar and rinse it again in that. I remember. It got out all the leftover soap, you said, so that my hair could shine." "I remember. But I always wondered, why did it have to be cold water?" "It didn't have to be cold water." Mrs. Mitchell pushed the bed covers back. "But it didn't have to be hot water, either." She swung her legs over the side of the bed. "And we were always counting our pennies. Come on, then. Hand me my robe. Let's go, if we're going." The solarium had many windows, grand and wide, but all that could be seen through them was rain, heavy and tangible. It looked capable of entangling anyone trying to walk through it, of packaging him up in its thick, wet strands. Through the skylights came a dense gray leakage of something purporting to be light. In one corner sat an old man, thin and knobbly. He was wearing brown trousers, baggy at the knees, and a white shirt with the top button undone, both too big for him, and brown socks and a pair of worn leather slippers. Wide red plaid suspenders held up his pants. He sat with his knees apart, holding a cane, tilted forward somewhat, leaning on the cane, and his gaze was aimed at the floor. He didn't move when Cassandra and her mother entered the room. In another corner, a slim young woman wearing a blue terry-cloth robe over her hospital gown sat on a sofa with a man Cassandra thought was probably her husband. He was holding her hands and talking to her quietly. She listened intently. Every so often she nodded. There was a console television set near the elderly man. It was tuned to a gardening program from Victoria, but the sound was off. Mrs. Mitchell moved away from Cassandra and headed for a large chaflera that sat in a plastic pot near the windows. She reached down and stuck a finger in the soil. "Look at this," she said, as Cassandra approached. She rubbed some of the soil between her fingers, completely dried out. She looked round the room for support, but nobody was paying attention. "I didn't bring my glasses," she said, peering at the leaves of the plant. "Can you see any dust?" "Oh, yes," said Cassandra. "And they call it a damn solarium," said Mrs. Mitchell violently. "No damn sun, one plant, nobody looks after it." She shook her head. Her eyes glittered with tears. "Who's for lunch?" said a voice from the doorway. "We are," said Cassandra gratefully. "That is, my mother is." "I've got coffee and sandwiches for the visitors," said the nurse, wheeling in a cart. "Can't let you go home hungry." The elderly man raised his head. "When are they coming for me, then?" "It's the doctor that's coming, Mr. Simpson," said the nurse. "He'll be along soon." She pulled a TV tray from a stack leaning against the wall and set it up in front of him. "Meanwhile, you might as well have your lunch." "I can't stand this," Mrs. Mitchell hissed in Cassandra's ear. "I want to go back to my room." "Let's eat first, Mom," Cassandra whispered. "She's gone to all the trouble of bringing it here. Have lunch, then I'll take you back to your room." She nudged her mother gently down onto the sofa and sat next to her. Mr. Simpson regarded the food being arrayed before him with an expression of amazement, as though he couldn't imagine what its purpose might be. "There you are," said the nurse. "Dig in." "I'll wait for my brother," said Mr. Simpson. "I told him to meet me here." Mrs. Mitchell stood up. "I'm going back to my room," she said, and Cassandra hurried to follow her. "You can't get a moment's peace in this place," said Mrs. Mitchell angrily, "unless you keep to your own room, your own bed." She hurried along the hall past the nurse's station and into her room. "There you are," Alex Gillingham beamed. "I thought you'd escaped." He leaned toward them. "Did you hear about Ramona?" Helen Mitchell looked at him and began to cry again. "Mom," said Cassandra, helpless and exasperated. Dr. Gillingham put his arms around Cassandra's mother. "There, there," he said, giving Cassandra a reassuring nod. "I'm sending you home tomorrow, Helen. It's too damn depressing around here." Cassandra felt suddenly exhausted. She slumped into the chair. Mrs. Mitchell pressed her lips together, wrapped her robe tightly around her, and clambered back into bed. "All you need now is rest," said the doctor, "and you don't get a hell of a lot of that in a hospital." "What on earth's wrong with you now?" said Helen Mitchell accusingly. "You're limping." "Took a spill on a climb last weekend," said Gillingham proudly. "Nothing serious." "I saw Marjorie the other day," said Mrs. Mitchell. "Crank this bed up a bit more, will you, Cassandra? She's looking well, very well, as a matter of fact." "That's good," said Gillingham indulgently. "I'm glad to hear it. I remain very fond of Marjorie." "Dyed her hair?" He looked at her in astonishment. "Who, Marjorie?" "Blonde." "Marjorie? Suits her very well." "Blonde? She's a pleasant woman, Marjorie. I always liked her." "How's that, Mom?" said Cassandra. "High enough?" "Just fine, thank you, Cassandra." "I can't imagine Marjorie with blonde hair," said Gillingham, frowning. "I keep seeing Jean Harlow in my head." "She looks as she always looked," said Mrs. Mitchell, "except that her hair is blonde, and she's lost about 30 pounds. "You don't say! She's got a boyfriend, too, or so I hear." "Good Christ!" Gillingham limped back toward the door. "That's enough. Don't tell me any more. You're not going to find another woman the likes of Marjorie up on top of some mountain, you know, Alex." "I don't think that's what he goes up there looking for, Mom," said Cassandra. She took a furtive peek at her watch. "It's no way for a man your age to be spending his spare time. All you're going to do is find a way to maim yourself for life," said Mrs. Mitchell with relish, "or kill yourself entirely." "It can be more dangerous indoors than out, Helen," said Gillingham. He leaned casually against the doorframe. "You know I do some work for the Mounties?" "Well, I was out on a call the other day. A chap fell down some basement stairs, deader than a doornail." Helen Mitchell looked shocked. "Who? I haven't heard a word about it. Who was it?" "You know that Strawn woman? Her brother. Visiting her from West Vancouver." He made a plunging motion with one hand. "Down the stairs, right onto his head." "The poor woman," said Mrs. Mitchell sympathetically. "How awful for her." "Actually," said Gillingham, "it didn't seem to bother her a whit. Not one whit. Decidedly unsisterlike she is, that one." He glanced at Cassandra. "I think Karl noticed it too," he said, and Cassandra's heart gave a gentle lurch. Then they were both looking at her, her mother from the bed, Alex Gillingham from the doorway. Cassandra, sitting, felt overweight and frumpy. She was afraid she was going to blush. "I forgot to tell you, Mom," she blurted. "Karl said to say hello." "Karl who?" said her mother coldly. "Karl Allberg, Helen," said Gillingham, grinning. "Oh, yes," said Mrs. Mitchell vaguely, "the policeman." "Now, I don't want you to be on your own just yet," said the doctor. "Can you stay with Cassandra for a few days? Say till the end of the week?" "Oh, I'm sure that won't be convenient, Alex," said Mrs. Mitchell. "My daughter leads a very busy life." She looked appraisingly at Cassandra. "Too busy for her own good. I worry about you, Cassandra, really I do. Here you've been back from England for, what, a week, 2 weeks? And already you're off somewhere else." "She's going to Victoria," she said wearily to Gillingham, "for a few days. Oh, I can't keep up with her, this one." Cassandra sighed, picked up her shoulder bag, and stood up. "Shit," she thought. Chapter 31. Allberg, tying his tie in his Calgary motel on Monday morning, studied his receding hairline with dismay. Blonde hair was good, at least it didn't show the gray, but at this rate he soon wouldn't have hair of any color at all up there. In July he would be 50. His stomach did a kind of flip whenever he thought about that. Still, he knew that a lot of women preferred men who had reached a certain level of maturity. He had to lose some weight. 15 pounds, anyway, maybe 20. No muscle there any more, he thought, distractedly hitting himself in the diaphragm. He'd always prided himself on his ability to take a blow to the stomach. He was pure fat now, pure damn fat. Of course that wasn't true, he thought, staring into the mirror. There was muscle there. Of course there was. A guy like Sanducci, girlfriends strewn all over the peninsula. That was all well and good. Fine. But what did a guy like that have to offer a real woman, an adult female, someone seductive? Yes, and attractive. Sure, but someone who was discriminating as well. He squirted something called European styling foam into his hand and rubbed it on his hair and combed it and patted it until it decided to stay down. Now he had a wet spot on the top of his head. It'll dry, he told himself, long before I get there. He realized that he wasn't looking forward much to the afternoon, and this dismayed him. He had enjoyed spending the previous day with his daughters, but it had made him sad, too, and resentful. Who the hell knew when he'd see them again? Why couldn't all of them have ended up in central Canada near his parents, instead of way the hell and gone out here in the west near Mora's? It wasn't fair to Diana and Janie not to have the steadying influence of their other grandparents, who possessed a bit of damn dignity, who saw things clearly as they really were, not as they damn wanted to see them. His kids had grown up thinking of themselves as Westerners just because they were born here, and this despite the fact that they had a whole damn clutch of relatives in Ontario, despite the fact that their own damn father had been born out there. He washed his hands and dried them and put on his jacket. On a day like this, everybody should be there, he thought. All 4 of their grandparents should be there, not just half of them. But Allberg's father wasn't well, and his mother wouldn't travel without her husband. Allberg placed another call to Seashelt. "She hasn't turned up yet," said Sokolovsky. "We've been checking the house. No sign of her." "Damn," said Allberg. "We better do another search of the area, Sid. Maybe she went for a walk, fell down, broke her hip or some damn thing." "Yeah, I'll get on it." "Any word from Gillingham?" "No, why?" "He's got a bee in his bonnet over this Strawn thing." "What do you mean?" "Oh, hell, nothing. There's a wound, there's a bruise or some damn thing. Gillingham's got it into his head maybe it wasn't an accident." "Oh, yeah?" Sokolovsky hesitated, then said, "Well, I don't like the guy, you know that, Staff, but I got to admit, he's good." "He's good, yeah, but he's full of shit on this one." "You'll be back this afternoon, right?" "It'll be evening by the time I get to Seashelt. If Gillingham gets the report over here today, I'll make sure it's on your desk." "Okay. Thanks, Sid." Allberg buttoned his jacket, looked at himself in the mirror, unbuttoned it, turned left and right, put his hands casually in his pockets, took them out, buttoned the jacket and straightened up, studied himself some more. "Shit on it," he said finally, and undid the buttons. He patted his pockets, checking for his wallet, and collected car keys and room key from the top of the dresser. Then he took 2 small gift-wrapped boxes from the desk and put them carefully in one of his jacket pockets. He was ready to go. Hundreds and hundreds of students were graduating that day from the University of Calgary. Hundreds and hundreds of cars, it seemed to Allberg, were trying to find places to park there. Mora and her parents had decided to travel by cab and had offered to pick up Allberg on their way, but he had declined. Now he wished he hadn't. It was still cold and gray, though at least, thank God, it wasn't snowing, and he hoped his daughters would be warm enough in their graduation robes as they walked in the procession to the gymnasium. Somehow in the crowd Mora spotted him and waved and shouted until he saw her. He had hoped to sneak in unobserved and bury himself among the hordes, but when he saw her he was glad. She led him to a seat somewhere near the rafters of the building, shouting, "We should have gotten here a good hour ago. I had no idea people would come so early." When the ceremonies finally got under way, Allberg realized that the place was an acoustic disaster. It was impossible to hear anything being said on the stage below. Appreciative laughter washed upward from time to time, apparently in response to witticisms emitted by the various honorary degree recipients, the president of the university, and God only knew who else. Allberg had missed his own graduation, having opted to pay a hasty visit to his parents instead before reporting to the RCMP training center in Regina. So he had imagined being overcome at the graduation of his daughters. He had expected to have to struggle not to let tears spring to his eyes. He had thought he might have to put an arm around Mora, comforting her as she wept. Now he was chagrined because Mora was calm and dry-eyed, and he himself didn't feel a single damn thing except irritation because he couldn't hear the names as they were called out. His mind wandered. To Cassandra, to Benjamin Strawn, to Zoe. He wondered what she did for a living. Maybe Isabella was right. Maybe she was a model. When the ceremonies were over, Mora and her parents went ahead by cab to the restaurant where they were all to have lunch and present Janie and Diana with their graduation gifts. Allberg said he would wait for his daughters to get rid of their gowns and take them to the restaurant in his rented car. He stationed himself at the foot of the steps that led down from the gym. People were still spilling out of the building, and all around him graduating students were being embraced, wept over, smiled upon, and photographed. Allberg had forgotten to bring his own little point-and-shoot. He waited impatiently, shivering in his too-light jacket, wondering what the hell could be keeping them. After all, he had a plane to catch. He glanced at his watch, looked up again, and there they were, just a few feet away from him, standing on the steps and scanning the faces in the crowd below. They had stopped moving down the stairs, and people had to go around them, but nobody seemed to mind. Janie stood on the step behind Diana, the fingers of her right hand resting lightly on Diana's shoulder. They wore black robes and mortarboards, and their faces were unexpectedly grave. They were looking for him among the throngs of parents. He was astonished at how beautiful they were. He knew that he was living one of those moments that freeze themselves forever in memory. How much better this is, he thought, than a photograph. When they saw him, their faces became so radiant that he held out his arms, helpless, and they ran down the rest of the steps, and he hugged them and offered them summer jobs in Seychelles. Later, feeling melancholy, he drove his rented car to the airport. He was standing in the Air Canada check-in line when he felt a hand on his arm. "Mora," he said, delighted. "I decided I wanted to see you off," she said. She was wearing a long gray coat with a red scarf around her neck, black boots, and a black handbag slung over her shoulder. "The kids wanted to come, too, but I wouldn't let them." Allberg reached the counter and handed over his ticket. He checked his bag, even though it was small enough to fit under the seat, and got a boarding pass. "Maybe there's time for coffee," he said, taking Mora by the arm. They went upstairs to the cafeteria. "So you're going to give your daughters jobs this summer," said Mora, once they were seated. "Yeah," he said, beaming. "I haven't a damn clue what they'll be, but I'll think of something." Mora had dark eyes and a dark complexion. She wore her hair short and straight, and she was tall and elegantly thin. Allberg gazed at her fondly. "They're good kids, aren't they?" he said. "Yes, Karl, they are." Janie, who looked like her mother, had traveled for a year after graduating from high school. That was a year Allberg would never forget. He was constantly on the phone to Mora, wanting to know where Janie was and what she was doing, what trouble she'd gotten herself into. She didn't get into any trouble at all, at least none that Allberg had been made aware of. Diana, who resembled Allberg's Aunt Dorothea on his father's side, was 2 years younger than her sister. She had skipped a year in elementary school, and she went straight from high school to university. Thus it was that the two of them had gone through university together. "They loved your gifts," said Mora. He had given them silver jewelry, a locket for Janie and a bracelet for Diana, created by a West Coast Indian artist. "Oh, yeah? Do you think so?" But he already knew from their reactions that he had pleased them. "What are they going to do between now and the summer?" he asked their mother. "They're coming back with me. Diana says she'll be my housekeeper. Janie's going to help in the shop for a few weeks." Maura owned a women's clothing store in Kamloops, a small city in the interior of British Columbia. Then I think she's going to go to California with a friend." "What?" said Allberg. "What friend? Why haven't I heard about this?" "You're hearing about it right now, and I'm sure Janie will be happy to tell you anything I've left out." "What kind of a friend?" "You mean, is it a boyfriend?" "No." "Damn good thing, too," said Allberg, relaxing slightly. "How are you doing, Karl?" He opened his mouth to say a few hearty things, reassuring but impersonal, but he found that he couldn't. Maura's face reflected the serenity that had always haunted him. It was her private possession, precious and unshareable, an inner strength, a self-assurance that he deeply envied. He often thought that their marriage had been sacrificed to Maura's serenity, that when it came to the crunch, her tranquillity was more important to Maura than he had been. He saw her regarding him, quite openly, with great affection, and he sighed and said, "Well, let's see. I like the job, of course. I like Seashelt, and I like the people there. I've got a couple of cats. I'm kind of lonely," he said bravely, "from time to time." "I thought you were seeing someone," said Maura. "A librarian. Or is that over with?" Allberg, flustered, said, "Over? No, it's not over. Upon a screen somewhere in his mind flashed Zoe Strachan's face, pensive and luminous. He opened his mouth to say something that would replace her image with Cassandra's. He just needed a minute, only a minute, to find the right words. "Good," said his ex-wife warmly. "By the way, Karl, I want you to know I'm getting married again." He gawked at her. His hand gave a convulsive jerk, striking his cup, which overturned and spilled black coffee all over the tabletop. He sprang to his feet to avoid getting it on his good pants. "Shit!" He looked at Maura in despair. "Oh, good," he said. She pushed her chair away from the table and stood up. "That's grand, Maura." She brushed coffee from the front of her gray coat and put her arms around him firmly. "Oh, I'm happy for you." "I know you are, Karl. I know you are." Chapter 32. In the plane, Allberg mulled and fretted and worried. Who was this son of a bitch he was going to marry? Marry! He shuddered. How had this come about? While driving from the Vancouver airport to Gibson's, he regretted, lamented, and grieved. He didn't even get out of his car on the ferry. He was too weak with self-pity. He refused to remember the guy's name. Maura had said he was an accountant, also divorced, with no children of his own. Christ, thought Allberg, the accountant might have had children of his own. Maura might have become somebody's stepmother. Janie and Diana might have acquired step-brothers and step-sisters. Allberg was aghast. All night long, it seemed, he brooded, he languished, he mourned. He began seeing Maura in his mind with a shadow at her shoulder. At first the shadow was tall, broad, ominous. Pitilessly, Allberg cut him down to size. Still he remained there, no longer ominous, but stubborn as hell, right at Maura's shoulder. Allberg could almost hear him panting and slavering back there, refusing to leave her, clinging to her neck. Jesus! Then he became indignant. When Tuesday dawned, he was sitting up in bed, mad as hell, waiting until it was no longer too early to phone Calgary. What the hell was she up to, getting married? What did his kids think about this, he'd like to know? When it was late enough to phone Calgary, he decided to phone Cassandra instead. He needed sympathy, kindness, tenderness. Of course, in order to get these things, he'd have to tell her he needed them. She wasn't a mind reader, after all. And then she'd want to know why he needed them. He didn't know how she'd react when he told her he was suffering because his ex-wife was getting married again. In the end, it was all academic, because Cassandra's mother was out of the hospital and staying with her daughter. He could hear in Cassandra's voice that her teeth were clenched, figuratively at least, probably literally as well. Allberg heaved a sigh and suggested lunch, but of course she had to go home at noon to make lunch for her mother. They were at cross purposes, Allberg with his preoccupation and Cassandra with hers, and when he hung up, he felt sad and achy. At the detachment, things weren't much better. Isabella informed him that Sid Sokolovsky's wife's cousin, whose name was Ludmilla, wanted to apply for the job as his cleaning woman. Allberg didn't want to hire a relative of Sid Sokolovsky's as his cleaning woman, but she was there in person, waiting, so of course he had to see her. She was a young, strong, brawny, intelligent woman with big red hands and a lot of thick yellow hair. He looked at her and quailed inside. He gave her a weak smile, asked a few questions, heard her out, and sent her courteously on her way. God only knew what possible reason he could give Sid for not hiring her, but he wasn't going to hire her, and that was that. "I don't think I'll hire anybody," he decided, and said it aloud to himself in his office, looking at the phone, imagining the conversation he was about to have with Janie and Diana. For he had to call them. He was pretty sure they already knew about Mora and the accountant, and he had to let them know that he was okay, that he was happy for her, and all that shit. Then maybe he'd get some sympathy from them. He sure as hell needed to get some from somebody. And then the phone rang, and it was Gillingham. All right, I'm releasing the Strachan fellow for burial," said the doctor. "Good," said Allberg. "It's about time. That woman doesn't have a phone, for Christ's sake. I've got better things to do than trundle all over town delivering corpses. How about if you dispatch one of your guys over to her house? Tell her she can have him picked up any time." "I'm glad you changed your mind," said Allberg. "I haven't damn changed my mind. I do not like that wound on his head. I do not like the bruise in his gut. I do not like his damn sister, who as much as said he was sloshed to the gills, and he wasn't." He sighed. "But the head wound didn't kill him. Falling down the stairs killed him. And he could have— Yeah, you're right. He could have gotten the smack on the head when he fell. So I owe you an apology. I guess I've been wasting my time." "It happens to all of us," said Allberg. He hung up the phone and stretched. He linked his hands behind his head and surveyed the ceiling. After a while, "I'll do it myself," he muttered. "I could do with a break." He told Isabella where he was going and headed off to see Zoe Strachan. A few minutes later he pulled up in front of her house, walked up to the heavy double doors and rang the bell. He heard it echo faintly through the house. He rubbed his feet on the mat and lifted first one shoe, then the other, to polish the tops of them on his pant legs. It had begun to rain very lightly. Allberg heard raindrops landing among the boughs of the arbutus trees and splatting on the overhang above the door and on the driveway. But they were falling slowly, dreamily. A gust of wind came up and set the arbutus chattering. He rang the doorbell again. Apparently she wasn't home. He pressed his ear to the door and heard nothing from within the house. He rang the bell again, just to make some sound happen in there. Allberg shoved his hands in his pockets and looked around at Zoe Strachan's property. After a minute he decided to circle the house. There were 2 windows in the side wall that faced southeast, toward the easternmost of the Trail Islands and beyond to Mission Point. Allberg glanced through them as he plodded past upon grass slippery with rain that was quickening and thickening. When he turned the corner, the grass ended, and the patio began, chunks of flat, rough stone placed side by side and glued together with cement. At the back of the patio was a jumble of enormous boulders. Behind them, Allberg saw the gunmetal sea and the trail islands. The rain was falling hard now, rippling the ocean, and Allberg crossed the patio quickly with his shoulders hunched, pulling up the collar of his jacket. He couldn't see much anyway, even though this side of the house was almost all glass, because Venetian blinds shuttered out his curious glances. He knew without trying them that the French doors would be locked, and why would he try them anyway? He had no right to be poking around Zoe Strachan's house. Allberg waited for a minute in the shelter of the overhang before turning to head back to his car. Then, for no good reason, he stopped and stepped around behind the house again. With the wind pushing at his back and the rain plastering his hair to his head, he saw the blind covering the nearer set of French doors move slightly. The space between two of the narrow horizontal slats widened, and Allberg thought he saw a face. The blind returned slowly to its original position. Allberg waited, quizzical, disbelieving, and there it was again, a pale face, small and young, with enormous eyes, definitely not Zoe Strachan's face. Allberg didn't move, but he smiled and lifted his hand slowly and gave the small face a salute. He tried to put into his smile, into the salute, whatever there was in him that was warm and unthreatening. The face continued to look out at him. Then Allberg heard a car approaching over the gravel driveway, and the blind dropped. The face disappeared. Chapter 33. Zoe Strachan signaled and turned across the highway into her driveway, and made her way slowly along the promontory, thinking about the boy, wondering if he had remained in the house as she'd instructed him. But where could he go, for heaven's sake? He might have taken it into his head to hitchhike to the ferry, except that he had no money for the ferry. Maybe he'd hitchhiked into Seashelt, then, to telephone a friend. He probably did have one or two friends. These things had been going through her mind as she shopped, and now she was impatient to get inside and make sure that he was, in fact, still there. She saw a white car parked near her front door, and the staff sergeant standing on her doorstep. She opened the garage door with the automatic gadget and drove inside. She was out of the car, carrying her handbag and her shopping, before the door had descended. "What do you want?" she said. "What are you doing here?" "Could we go inside?" Allberg hunched his shoulders. He was a big man, which she liked, but he was a little flabby around the waist. He didn't drive a police car, he didn't wear a uniform, he wasn't Zoe's idea of a policeman at all. He was a dissembler, that's what he was. People ought to be what they appeared to be, not to go around trying to look like something else. "I'd like to get out of the rain," he said. "You can get out of the rain by climbing into your car and driving away." Allberg smiled at her. She watched the raindrops tumble down his face and saw that he wanted to touch her. "I have business with you, Miss Strachan," he said. "Could we please go inside?" "There seem to be an awful lot of people cluttering up my life these days," Zoe thought irritably. She walked through the rain to the door and unlocked it. "Come in, then," she said. Allberg followed her across the threshold and into the small, tiled entryway, empty except for an umbrella stand in the corner by the door and a library table against one wall. Zoe Strachan set down her purse and her plastic shopping bag on the library table, opened a closet door, and hung up her raincoat. As she turned back to face him, she ran her hands over her hips, smoothing her black skirt, smoothing it again. It wasn't a flirtatious gesture. He thought she wasn't even aware of it. She looked too preoccupied. Allberg heard the whisper of her hands against the fabric of the skirt, and saw again the strange blankness in her eyes, and wondered if she spoke aloud while making love. He waited for her to call out to the child, but she didn't. "What business do you have with me?" she said, closing the closet door. She tugged at the cuffs of her sweater, an emerald green pullover, until they covered her wrists. "I presume it's about my brother?" Her eyes were blue, but they looked green today, because of the sweater. They were very beautiful eyes. Maybe they weren't empty after all, he thought. Maybe they only seemed empty because she wasn't interested in him. He knew from the way she looked at him that she wasn't interested in him. "Who's the child?" he said, more roughly than he had intended. Zoe Strachan blinked. "What child?" She said it automatically. "The one I saw staring at me from between the slats of the Venetian blinds." She gazed at him for a moment. He could see that she was interested now, all right. He was incongruously pleased with himself, as if he'd conjured up the boy who'd peeked at him from behind the blinds, created him from nothing, then presented him to Zoe Strachan as a surprise. His face felt open and eager. He tried to close it off from her. "Apparently," said Zoe Strachan slowly, "he's Benjamin's son. I thought you said your brother had no family, except you." She nodded, studying him. "I know what I said." She picked up her purse and the plastic bag and walked slowly down the hall. He watched her body move under the black skirt and heard again the swish of silk or nylon or whatever the hell they used in the making of stockings. When she reached the kitchen, she turned and said, "Sit down in here. I'll be back in a minute. I have to take him these clothes." Allberg watched from the kitchen doorway as she went into the living room, then out again. She opened a door at the end of the hall and disappeared for a moment to put away her purse. She opened the next door. "There you are," she said, and went inside. Allberg heard murmurings, but no words. She emerged almost immediately, without the shopping bag, and joined Allberg in the kitchen. "I'm going to make coffee," she said. "Will you have some?" "Thank you, yes." "Sit down," said Zoe. Allberg sat down at the table. "What's his name? I'd like to meet him," he said. She turned from the cupboard, the coffee canister in her hand. "You would?" she said, and looked astonished. "Sure," said Allberg. "I like kids." "Really?" said Zoe. She shook her head and began measuring coffee into the pot. "Why do you think your brother never told you about him?" "Benjamin was a curious person," she said vaguely. "It was difficult to know why he did anything." "How did you find out about him? Your nephew?" She hesitated. "I went to the house," she said, leaning against the counter. She crossed her arms. "I thought I'd better get some of Benjamin's clothes, to bury him in." "Ah," said Allberg. He was gazing intently into her face, trying not to look at her breasts. "I have his keys," she added. "Oh, yes," said Allberg, "that's right." "It was a very good thing that I went, too," she said, nodding, "because there he was, the boy, all by himself. Heaven knows what would have become of him." "How old is he?" She looked thoughtful. 10, I think he said." "Then he goes to school?" "I'm sure he does." "He has friends, teachers. He would have called someone." "Oh, yes, I see what you mean. I suppose he would have." She poured water into the coffee pot and turned it on. He wished she'd sit down at the table with him. "But it's much better that a relative happened along," said Allberg. She gave him a glance that was almost amused. Then she got 2 cups and saucers from a cupboard and put them on the table. As she leaned across him, he could smell her perfume. "He's adopted," said Zoe, "so I'm not actually his relative." "She's my dad's relative," said a voice, and Allberg turned to see a child in the doorway. He was small and wiry, with brown hair and large brown eyes. He looked pale and tired. Allberg smiled at him. "I hope I didn't scare you," he said, "when I was looking at the house, and you were looking out." The boy's eyes flickered to Zoe and back to Allberg. "No," he said. "I told you to stay in your room," said Zoe pleasantly. The boy looked at her, and then at Allberg. "My name's Kenneth. I'm 9. I'll be 10 in 7 weeks. So let me work this out. You're in grade 4, right?" "Right." The boy eased into the room, his back pressed against the wall. "Who are you?" "My name is Karl. I'm a policeman. A Mountie," he added, just in case the kid was still young enough to be favorably impressed. "I think you should go back to your room," said Zoe. "I will," said Kenny, looking at Allberg. "My dad died," he said. Allberg nodded. "I know. I'm very sorry." "He fell down some stairs." "I know. You must miss him a lot." "Where?" said Kenny. Allberg leaned forward slightly. "Pardon?" "What stairs?" Allberg looked at Zoe. "I don't think we should talk about it," she said to the child. "I want you to go back to your room now. You can watch television." As she approached him, Allberg saw him shrink back. "Come," she said. She reached out to touch him or take his hand, but Kenny pulled quickly away, and Zoe made a sudden, savage grab at the boy's shoulder. "Hey!" said Allberg, his hand outstretched in protest. He scraped back his chair, intending to stand up. But just as suddenly as she had taken hold of the boy, she let him go, and straightened. Kenny ducked under her arm and skittered off towards his room. Zoe turned to Allberg. "Excuse me," she said graciously. Allberg watched attentive as she followed the boy down the hall. "What are you going to do with him?" he said, when she returned. "I'm going to keep him for a while," said Zoe. She smiled at him, and Allberg felt his mouth go dry. She was thinking about him. He knew there was nothing at all on her mind except him. It was like staring into a searchlight. "He has grandparents," Zoe went on, "his mother's parents. He'll go to live with them, I expect, after the funeral." He nodded, smiling a little, looking into her eyes. He wondered if she could see inside his mind. "Perhaps you can tell me, Staff Sergeant, when is that doctor going to release the body?" He felt his smile become fixed, and heard himself say, "Soon. I'm sure it'll be soon." She looked startled, and he realized that he'd stood up. He turned and headed quickly for the front door. "Aren't you going to have coffee?" she said, following him. "I'll check back with Dr. Gilliam right away," he said over his shoulder, "and find out when you can claim the body." "But I thought—" "Why did you come here, then?" she said, annoyed. On her front step he peered worriedly up into the sky. "Still raining. Doesn't look like it's about to quit, either." He pulled up the collar of his jacket. "I'll be back soon," he said to her. He trotted off into the rain, and Zoe, baffled, watched him go. "Perhaps he'll get pneumonia," she thought crossly, "and cough himself to death." Chapter 34. Cassandra sat in her living room watching television, acutely mindful of her mother's supine presence on the white leather sofa. The sound of Mrs. Mitchell's chortling response to Bill Cosby rasped in Cassandra's ears. The sight of her mother pursing her lips to drink tea caused Cassandra to blink rapidly, as though it were a mote in her eye. The fragrance of Helen Mitchell's lavender, bath salts, bath powder, and body cream created an unpleasant tickling at the back of Cassandra's nose. When the Cosby Show was over, Mrs. Mitchell switched over to Matlock. "I've always liked Andy Griffith," she said approvingly. "How come you never got married again?" said Cassandra abruptly. "You know why," said her mother comfortably. "I never met a man who could hold a candle to your father." Cassandra's father had died when she was 8. When she thought of him, which wasn't often, she recalled a distant benevolence that seemed always to have been attired in a gray suit. He died in 1951, and Cassandra's mother had embraced widowhood as if she'd been born to it. "I know, Mom," said Cassandra, "but you must have met some who would have made a pretty decent second choice." "I had children to bring up," said Mrs. Mitchell. "You and Graham. You were my first responsibility." Cassandra's brother Graham was 7 years older than she. His memories of their father were sharp and clear and legion. Sometimes, when the three of them got together and started reminiscing, Cassandra tried to chime in with some memories of her own, but the other two always corrected her and added things, and soon whatever it was she'd thought she remembered was unrecognizable, defunct. Cassandra stood up. "I'm going to bed," she said. "Can I get you anything first?" "It's not even 9 o'clock," said her mother. "Do you always go to bed so early?" "No," said Cassandra. "I'm just tired today, that's all. Can I get you something?" "Well, it's a bit early, but I suppose I could have my hot milk now, if it's not too much trouble." Cassandra slept badly that night. When she awoke Tuesday morning, she heard her mother talking to someone. She dressed hurriedly and found Mrs. Mitchell in the kitchen, sitting at the table, talking on the phone to Graham. Cassandra made her bed, washed, combed her hair, and put on some makeup. Her mother was still talking. She sounded cheerful and happy. When Cassandra went back to the kitchen to start making breakfast, her mother said, "Here, dear, say hello to your brother," and held out the phone. "I don't want to say hello to my brother," said Cassandra, opening a cupboard. "I'd better go now, Graham," said Mrs. Mitchell. When she'd hung up, she said, "I always call him early in the morning. The rates are cheaper before 8. Cassandra, making coffee, didn't reply. "Make sure you let me know when the bill comes, how much I owe you for long-distance calls," said her mother. The phone rang, and it was Karl. He sounded plaintive and depressed. He invited her out to lunch. Cassandra said no, she'd have to make lunch for her mother. She got orange juice out of the fridge and poured herself a glass. "None for me, dear," said her mother. "It's too acidic for my stomach. I'll just have some milk and cereal." "What's more," she said, standing up slowly, "I think I can get it for myself this morning." "Sit down," said Cassandra. "I'll get it." "No, no," said Mrs. Mitchell, shuffling across the room toward the pantry. "I'm going to do it." "Mother, if you're well enough to fix your own breakfast, you're probably well enough to go home. Are you well enough to go home?" Tears quivered in Mrs. Mitchell's eyes, but Cassandra could tell she was becoming angry. "Why are you being unkind?" said her mother. Cassandra sat down at the table. "I don't know. I'm sorry." Her mother was too short to reach the cereal, which was on the top shelf, so Cassandra got it for her. She sat down again and watched as Mrs. Mitchell carefully poured cereal into a bowl and added milk and got a spoon from the silverware drawer. Her mother had to pass behind Cassandra in order to return to her place at the table, and as she did so, Cassandra automatically flinched. When he left Zoe Strachan, Allberg went to Cassandra's house. It was Tuesday, and he knew the library didn't open until 1 o'clock on Tuesdays, so he was pretty sure she'd be home. He drove past the hospital, up the hill, onto the gravel access road that paralleled the highway. Cassandra's garage door was open, and her 14-year-old Hornet was parked inside. He went up the walk and was surprised to hear an argument going on inside. He knocked on the door. After a minute he heard angry whispering and a door slamming and quick footsteps approaching. The door opened. Cassandra stood there, looking feverish. "Do you know," said Allberg solemnly, "that a domestic dispute is the thing us police dread most?" Cassandra's face flushed crimson. "Did somebody call you?" she said, appalled. Allberg laughed. "No, I was just passing by." He glanced over her shoulder into the house, but he couldn't see Mrs. Mitchell. "Is everything okay?" "Oh, everything is fine," said Cassandra. "What do you want?" He watched affectionately as she brushed some stray strands of hair from her forehead. He loved the way it got curlier when it got damp. "Oh," he said softly, "I just needed to get my lust in perspective." Her skin looked very warm. There was a thin blaze of sweat on her face. "What are you talking about?" she said impatiently. "Actually, I thought I'd wait while you make lunch for your mom, and then take you to Earl's, so we can plan our trip." "Trip? What trip?" "What do you mean, what trip?" he said indignantly. "We're going to Victoria this weekend." She shook her head wearily. "I can't go away this weekend, Karl." "You mean your mother?" He lowered his voice. "But I thought you said there wasn't anything wrong with her." "Talk to your friend Gillingham," she snapped. "It was his idea." Shit. 13 years this has been going on. For 13 years I've lived in this God-forsaken town watching over my damn mother who might or might not have a damn heart condition. Cassandra, calm down. Oh, calm down yourself, for God's sake. Why are you standing there anyway? Go away. Go find somebody else to go to Victoria with. She slammed the door. Chapter 35. When Allberg got to the detachment a few minutes later, Sandy McAllister, the mailman, was there talking to Isabella, and Sid Sokolovsky was helping himself over at the coffee machine. "Look at that rain," said Isabella. "I think we need a few flowers in here to brighten the place up." "Forget it," said Allberg. "I'll get some tomorrow," said Isabella. "Maybe a pot of hyacinths. Wait a minute before you disappear down your hallway there. You've got another chance to see Bernie Peters. She can squeeze you in tomorrow afternoon." "I've changed my mind, Isabella," said Allberg, with a furtive glance at the reproachful back of Sid Sokolovsky, whose wife's cousin Ludmila he had turned down for the job. "I'm not going to hire anybody after all." He scurried into his office and shut the door before she could come after him. Then he called Gillingham. "I need to talk to you," he said, and they arranged to meet at Earl's for lunch. Gillingham ordered a spinach salad and some soda water. Allberg asked for a hamburger platter and coffee. "I went out to see Zoe Strachan," Allberg told the doctor. "I didn't tell her she can have the body." Gillingham stared at him. "You're kidding." "I changed my mind," said Allberg defensively. Gillingham held up his hand. "Wait, let me guess. There's another dead guy in her basement." "No, but there's a kid in her spare room." "What kind of a kid?" "Small, male. In 7 weeks he'll be 10 years old." Earl, the Chinese owner of the cafe, delivered Allberg's coffee in a large mug. "Jesus, Earl," said the doctor, "what are you trying to do, kill him?" "He likes his coffee," said Earl, setting down Gillingham's soda water. "What can I do? If I don't supply him, somebody else will." "It's her brother's kid," said Allberg, when Earl had retreated. "The dead guy? I thought you told me he didn't have any kids." Yeah, she says she didn't know about him. He's adopted. Kenny, his name is. Gilliam sat back and watched approvingly as Earl put down a large bowl of spinach salad, dressing on the side. I'm not going to say a word about that crap you're feeding to my overweight friend there. My burgers are extra lean ground beef, said Earl. My French fries are homemade. That sauce in there, it's a family secret. Don't let him get to you, Earl, said Allberg, picking up a French fry. I make a pretty good spinach salad, said Earl, but it's nothing compared to my hamburger. Where the hell did you get that thing you're wearing? Said Gilliam. Proudly Earl looked down at himself. He was enveloped in a huge white baker's apron. Paris. Mrs. Edersley brought it back for me. He returned to the kitchen, tenderly smoothing the apron down over his hips. Allberg cut his hamburger in half and lifted up the bun so he could sprinkle salt inside. She went to Strawn's house the day after he died. Said she had to pick up some clothes to bury him in. Found the kid there. He'd been there alone all night? I guess so. I wonder why he didn't call anybody. Probably kept thinking his dad would be home any minute. So the next day, this aunt shows up and tells him his old